The U.S. 40 trillion. 40 trillion debt. U.S. debt. How much do you owe that debt? Is Trump war with Iran, high gas prices? Is it our fault? Is it a direct result of, $40,000 debt? How are we going to pay this debt? Dealing with the Iran war, high gas prices. Is all of this making America unlivable? Long story short, this is making America unlivable. Shout out everybody coming through. Are you living in an unlivable America because of all this stuff, fam? The U.S. debt is 40 trillion. 40 trillion. How much of that 40 trillion do you owe? They got roundabout something too for all the for every American. We are required to be able to come up with. Yeah, I said we got to come up with. Let me see what's that number. $117,000 roughly. Well, $117,000 roughly. We got to come up with as Americans, and nobody voted for this war. This war is making the gas high. So therefore, how we gonna come up with that money? How you gonna come up with that money for that debt? It's crazy. But we let Elon. Okay, so before the Elon Musk is to take over the United States, we let Elon Musk get up to $1 trillion. He hit the trillion mark, and we owe 40 trillion. Wow! And you can do the numbers. Unbelievable, right? Unbelievable. And done right under our noses. Right under our noses. Brian, what's going on, Baron? What's going on with you? Unbelievable, fam. It's like they playing a game with us. What would you say? Is this a direct result of everything that's going on, or it was bound to happen? Say this is a direct result of what's going on, or was it bound to happen, fam? Shout out everybody coming through. Make sure y'all double tap the stream too. What y'all think, man? Should Trump be held accountable for this stuff that's going on with us, owing all this money? Did you vote for this stuff? A lot of times, this stuff could have been prevented, fam. Trump's deficit, okay. Salute. Salute. That's what it is. Thanks for your service to the country. What was the country like when you served in the army, Brian? You say, oh, this Trump deficit. I fully agree with you. I agree with you. This is some Donald Trump function. I don't think none of y'all wanted to pay. Well, I would say the MAGA people that were behind Donald Trump, they say, some of them come in and say this is exactly what they voted for. wrecked economy, gas prices up and down. Okay, that's what it is. How long did you serve, Brian? But that shit is fucking, this shit unbelievable. 40 trillion. But it sounds, maybe. You know what I'm saying? Maybe. It's just in these days and times, seeing that we done seen a man make $1 trillion. He lost his job at Doge, but he went on to make $1 trillion. So ain't no telling in this climate. You know what I'm saying? They create whoever they want to be. I mean,
the U.S. government's debt has crossed $40 trillion for the first time, marking a level that has more than doubled in less than a decade. But the significance is not only the size of the number. The faster the debt grows, the more the government must spend simply to finance what it already owes, putting pressure on interest rates, the federal budget, and the broader economy. To the U.S. Treasury, total federal debt reached $40.047 trillion on Tuesday. A decade ago, the figure was about $19.4 trillion. The latest monthly figures show the pressure is continuing. The federal government recorded a $432.3 billion deficit in July, the highest monthly deficit since March 2021. During the first 10 months of fiscal year 2026, the deficit has already exceeded the entire shortfall recorded during fiscal 2025. The political argument over responsibility is complicated by the numbers. Reuters reports that U.S. debt increased by $8.4 trillion during Joe Biden's 4-year presidency and by $11.6 trillion across Donald Trump's 2 terms, including his current presidency. A significant portion of the increase came during the COVID-19 response under both administrations, but the longer-term imbalance goes beyond the pandemic, with tax revenues failing to keep pace with spending on major programs and debt servicing. According to Reuters, about 60% of federal spending goes toward mandatory programs, including Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Care. At the same time, interest costs are becoming a larger budget burden. Interest payments have approached $1.2 trillion this year. During the first 10 months of fiscal 2026, interest costs exceeded Medicare spending and became the second largest federal budget line item behind Social Security. And that pressure is increasingly visible in financial markets. Long-term Treasury yields have risen sharply, with investors demanding more compensation to hold U.S. government debt. That matters beyond Washington. Higher Treasury yields can translate into higher borrowing costs for mortgages, car loans, and commercial credit. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent responded Wednesday by announcing that the department would double the size of some debt buyback operations, targeting at least $4 billion per operation for 10 to 30-year treasuries. President Trump, meanwhile, has continued to call for lower interest rates, saying Americans should not be concerned about current bond market volatility. But the central tension remains. The government wants lower borrowing costs, while the size of the debt and the cost of servicing it continues to rise. The $40 trillion threshold is ultimately a measure of accumulated choices: pandemic spending, tax policy, mandatory programs, and the growing cost of borrowing. The immediate question is not simply whether the United States can carry $40 trillion in debt.
That's funny right there, Russ. What's up with you, Russell? Lori, what's going on? Signal corpse. Signal corpse. I'm curious. Why did you say if Trump doesn't win, you can't go to church? What does that mean? And he did leave the economy in shambles. Hey, Russell, that's crazy as hell. Well, that's true. But what about this debt right here? That's the elephant in the room. Right? That's crazy. 40 trillion, and we feeding all these countries? What? Somebody in the chat, what's your opinion on it, as an American? We owe 40 trillion. And we out here feeding We feeding everybody. That's crazy, ain't it? U.S. debt is at 40 trillion. And you know that each one of us owe a certain amount of that shit. I think it's like the joint say it's around about 117,000. What's going on, DB Costa? What's up with you? What's up, man? I'm chilling. DB, you know you owe 117 on Thou Wow, right? You know you owe these people 117 Thou Wow. Each one of y'all, working or not. They don't care. You're liable for it. Okay. What you got? What you doing this weekend? Poolside or what, steaks on it, you know what I mean? What shrimp on the barbecue, what? Right. Ain't that crazy how they got a number? But that's why they gave everybody a social security card, in my opinion, so they can keep up on what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So you can make sure they get yours, you know what I'm saying? Okay. That's what it is. The contender says Israel owns Trump. But who owns Israel, dude? And you see how that sounds? You know that's the same thing Hitler and them was saying, right? So, contender, would you say it was the Jews? I asked the question, Mike. Hit dog on holler, though. You must want Obama to come back. I mean, you could have just took the poll. But Obama, he must be a MAGA. Because Obama has a condominium in y'all people's head, man. Obama has a condominium in your head. Yeah, bring him back, give him another chance. Trump got another chance to do his 1-2s. So why not Obama? Why not Obama? And y'all notice that when Trump was in office the first time, the debt was at like 20 something. It's doubled now. Man, what dirt is on Trump that ain't on nobody else? Israel has the dirt on Trump. Wow. You know that Trump just got down with Israel in on his first term as president. Before that, he ain't know nothing about Israel. Everything Trump doing, he's being placed in power, and he's a puppet. He probably don't even really know about what's going on. All he know is he the face of it. You know that if y'all don't know business, Trump ain't a politician. He's a business. He's a brand. So he was hired, in my opinion. He's hired. What's going on? The Vatican owns Israel. True indeed. I go for that. And they own they got something to do with Mecca too. You know what I mean? It's a business. It has to be an op. You know what I mean? It has to be upstarts for the new people that don't align with the old guard, and then it has to be opposition. So starting with the Catholic Church, Mecca, and Israel is a trifecta. I believe that. Smash that like, y'all. But y'all see what y'all saying, and that's exactly what was going on too. The European Jews was in the pocket of the church and European countries because they didn't have money to go to war, but the Jews had amassed these huge war chests from loaning stuff out and getting, you know what I mean? They had the lock on the bread, and that's why they don't like the Jews, because they didn't want to pay. And so, of course, if you don't want to pay, what's the next thing? Get them from around me. Get out of here. We don't want you here. We don't want you here. You know what I'm saying? That's what's next. What y'all think, man? Who's liable for this 40 trillion? Because if they have to make some cuts, what you think they're gonna do? They're gonna stop buying missiles, or they're gonna make cuts to like Medicare, which is already fledgling, and other things for people's health. $40 trillion. Somebody got to tell me some. 40 trillion? know what I'm saying? That don't even sound like a real number. Like, yeah, and they ain't charging me for 40 trillion. For real. For real. They ain't charging me for 40. You know? That's my cousin. Yeah, big crash don't happen. Yep. China owns most of it. China owns damn near 70% of it. In Japan. Big crash don't happen. See, in these day and age, it'll happen. We won't even realize it because we all living on some sort of credit anyway. It's a credit-based society that we're living in. We get going into the age of digi money. We're going into that digi money now. What y'all think though, y'all? Do y'all think America ready for socialism? You think socialism can solve this $40 trillion debt deficit? Over 40 trillion can't help taxpayers if Gary, Indiana can't send help. Trump, that racist governor of Indiana, Mike Broom, going to make sure all these MAGA supporters get. Man, nope. The MAGA supporters are like poor people too, man. Y'all know who support MAGA, man. It's the middle class and the lower class in America are the MAGA people, man. The people that really need it, yes. The poorest people in America support MAGA. The people that are getting all the subsidies, like welfare and stuff, that's who our MAGA is. MAGA's number one fan base is the poor white people. Because a lot of times people like to say that that it's the black people and the welfare queens and stuff, but not knowing that white people get more food stamps than black people in the United States. They get more subsidies, but it's trendy to blame it on another culture. You know what I mean? Because how could they be even taking care of their culture if they ain't giving it to the if they're not giving it to their peoples? How can they say that? You know what I'm saying? Because nothing don't matter in America unless it's involving the majority. Everything that they be fighting over is the majority, is whatever the majority says goes, fam. No matter what you say, everything that they fighting over with like these laws and stuff, if it don't pertain to somebody that's involved with the majority, they don't give a floozy. That's why you know that it's got to do that food stamps and stuff got to do with something to do with white folks. Because if it was just black people or people of color, it would have been got there gonna knocked out. It wouldn't even have been a conversation. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't even be a conversation. What's going on, budgets? That shit crazy, ain't it? What's been up with you? It's up. That joke crazy. But look, like what I was just saying about the subsidies. You see who get the most of the subsidies, but this is they will probably say I made this up. What's going on with you? How's your day, fam? Do y'all see that? It's the majority, the white people get the subsidies, then the black people. But it's almost triple. And the Europeans are getting more subsidies than all of the other groups together. But I mean, you'll say no, it's the welfare queens spending all the food stamps in Walmart. Guess what? Them shorties work now, man. That shit got late. Them shorties work. You know what I'm saying? Budgets. Over there sipping on that mushroom tea. Good to hear from you. It's Friday too. Y'all know the eagle flies on Friday. So before you give it all to Cowport America, it's a Friday. Yep. Before you go out there and give it to Corporate America, make sure you drop some off in your communities, family. But yeah, this is just a little statistics for y'all. I mean, Like right here. Any of y'all see yourselves in this right here? This shit right here. Anybody see themselves in it? It's who supports MAGA. I mean, corporate greed ruined America. Corporations not billions while their workers. Yep. Okay. You like TikTok? Have you been getting the hang of it? That's a good algorithm too. TikTok and similarly Kick has came out of nowhere, Nicole. You said there's more white people than black people, right? There's more white people getting subsidies than black people. Yeah, the food stamp program, child support, all that stuff. Child support was set up so when the soldiers go to war, they can make sure they get some of that money to pay their kids. What's your number success, though? Make sure you get the links at me so I can, do my 1-2s and show that support too. I'll drop a link to your junk in the live stream. Have you checked out my boy King Fire? I got in the junk budgets. King Fire, if you try to get your workout on, I got King Fire and Hey Dirk been looking for you too. He got his video. Somebody rated his company. He been looking for you. I got the video posted in the live stream to the links. It's 15 of y'all in here, man. Double tap that stream. You said Brett Favre, the Wi-Fi queen. Ain't he a football player? This National Jet shit is. Yeah, the contender. Make sure you double tap too, homie, and make sure you get over there and sign up for the notifications. So when we do have these dope conversations, you know what I'm saying? No. He's still around. He's still around. He got his somebody rated his gold. You know the gold he be selling. He got a review on it. I got a review in the chat screen. Nightbot dropping the link. He just wanted to you know how he be trying to explain it. Somebody took it and did a little review on his gold shit. It's dope. He chilling. All right. Thanks, there, contender. Shout out all my fellow Americans. You know, like my boy Steve come through here and say, you know that, you know what I mean? We owe 40,000, wow, 40 trillion. 40 trillion. Goddamn, 40 trillion. This is the year of the trillion, too. Because before this, when everybody was hitting the billion, because you know the new thing is I want to be a billionaire. Everybody done crushed that million shit. Now it's I want to be a trillionaire. Elon done put it up and set the bar high. Now you ain't shit now with 6 billion. You ain't shit. You got to get $1 trillion now. Yep, Kamala told him. I'm starting to think, but Kamala Harris, man, I think now as I do the deep dive on Kamala, as she stays away from the old guard of the Democrats, she might be able to do something, man. Maybe she need to go take her some progressive money like on her own and come out with the Kamala situation, not under the Democratic umbrella, because I believe Shorty can do something because she like one of the only people that got experience at the executive office position that's relevant right now. She the only one. Let me see. Mike Pence, he's not relevant. He ain't trending. He don't know what's really going on in the world, but he know what's going on. He's like a secret agent. Yeah. But yeah. Kamala, yep. I bet y'all will vote for it now. Some of y'all, like, remember Kamala and them was like, yo, you can vote for me. You ain't got to tell your husband because he can't see you vote. But yeah, look, y'all brought Donald Trump in. What you think about El Sayed? What you think about El Sayed? I know. Is the what you got to do to get on it. I might go ahead and, but with the TikTok, they algorithm though. They algorithm shaky, man. They algorithm shaky. I'll check on it though. The day YouTube payday, they rip up the day.
The U.S. government's debt has crossed $40 trillion for the first time. marking a level that has more than doubled in less than a decade. But the significance is not only the size of the number. The faster the debt grows, the more the government must spend simply to finance what it already owes, putting pressure on interest rates, the federal budget, and the broader economy. To the U.S. Treasury, total federal debt reached $40.047 trillion on Tuesday. A decade ago, the figure was about $19.4 trillion. The latest monthly figures show the pressure is continuing. The federal government recorded a $432.3 billion deficit in July, the highest monthly deficit since March 2021. During the first 10 months of fiscal year 2026, the deficit has already exceeded the entire shortfall recorded during fiscal 2025. The political argument over responsibility is complicated by the numbers. Reuters reports that U.S. debt increased by $8.4 trillion during Joe Biden's 4-year presidency and by $11.6 trillion across Donald Trump's 2 terms, including his current presidency. A significant portion of the increase came during the COVID-19 response under both administrations, but the longer-term imbalance goes beyond the pandemic, with tax revenues failing to keep pace with spending on major programs and debt servicing. According to Reuters, about 60% of federal spending goes toward mandatory programs, including Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Care. At the same time, interest costs are becoming a larger budget burden. Interest payments have approached $1.2 trillion this year. During the first 10 months of fiscal 2026, interest costs exceeded Medicare spending and became the second largest federal budget line item behind Social Security. And that pressure is increasingly visible in financial markets. Long-term Treasury yields have risen sharply, with investors demanding more compensation to hold U.S. government debt. That matters beyond Washington. Higher Treasury yields can translate into higher borrowing costs for mortgages, car loans, and commercial credit. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent responded Wednesday by announcing that the department would double the size of some debt buyback operations, targeting at least $4 billion per operation for 10 to 30-year treasuries. President Trump, meanwhile, has continued to call for lower interest rates, saying Americans should not be concerned about current bond market volatility. But the central tension remains. The government wants lower borrowing costs, while the size of the debt and the cost of servicing it continues to rise. The $40 trillion threshold is ultimately a measure of accumulated choices: pandemic spending, tax policy, mandatory programs, and the growing cost of borrowing. The immediate question is not simply whether the United States can carry $40 trillion in debt.
It is who gonna pay for it? That's the immediate question. Who gonna pay for all this? That shit is crazy, man. But yeah, Mike Pence, man. I ain't got nothing bad to say about Mike Pence. Y'all let Donald Trump become the president again. Mike Pence got experience like Kamala Harris. But y'all know, like, madman, you saying that about him, but that means it must be, I'm from Ohio. That sounds weird for Indiana. Damn, that data centers. Man, y'all vote Donald Trump back in, but you say Mike Pence calls his wife mom. Maybe that might be, you know what I'm saying? What's his politics like? You understand? We'd be so busy, like, in these people's bedroom and stuff like that, but what's he willing to, to compromise with us with, or where he's selling us out to, you know? But yeah, Mike Pence, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, like, he can tell a lie. Gavin Newsom, like, he's a lying, he should be the president. He's a lying motherfucker. That's who is the president. Who want to be the president? Who can tell the best lie? The lyingest ones always, get elected. That's what Donald Trump's did. And number one, he ain't got no allegiance to the Democrats or the Republicans. He got his allegiance to wherever the money at. I'm from Ohio, and that sounds weird for Indiana. Damn data centers. Okay. Them data centers been here though. If you go, let's go look at your old school Verizon building. It's not a Verizon call center no more. It's a data center. And the cars in the parking lot. What kind of TikTok class? Hit me up on the Gmail on that. What kind of TikTok class? What is that? That sounds dope. You know, YouTube offer all kind of stuff like that, where they hook you up with the people, the affiliate groups or the sponsors and stuff, and they tell you what's coming up. Say like Kohl's department store might have something. They hook you up with them and stuff. What's the class? Okay. I might send me the link to that. I might have to, you know what I mean? I got a grasp for the YouTube algorithm. Send me the link to the TikTok. Because hey, Nicole, now YouTube has what they call it's like an AI thing where they kind of like walk you through it also. Wishing them but success with that. Make sure I get all the links so I can show my support too. Budgets. Make sure you send me the links. Wishing nothing but success. I know you're gonna do it though. And don't be no stranger. The GDP of New York is $1 trillion per year. America's not worrying about that debt. China's economy depends on export dollars, and America, we don't own import export. China does. America ain't got about a good couple of hundred commerce ships floating in the world. China has thousands of commercial boats. We got a whole big navy with thousands of boats, but we got very few money makers. All these boats are registered to all these other countries, so they kind of like control the seas with the commerce, and most of the shit coming from China. Temu, I mean, got the world on lock right now, and what ain't coming from Temu and China is coming out of Mexico, you feel me, and India. And y'all notice India, I wonder what's India's national debt. They probably still locked into some colonized shit that they got to pay some money. Was elected, the deficit was at $1 trillion in 2009. When he left office, it dropped to $43 billion. We don't own shit in China, Robert. You got to get your shit up, Rob. We don't own shit in China, Rob. Believe that. The United States don't own shit in China. Matter of fact, we done flipped Asian on them if y'all ain't peep. Nope, we don't know. China got way more ports than us. They've been on it. And they've been buying into all these other countries' infrastructure. They're taking a page out of the United States book. We don't own this country. Young blood, we don't own this country. We own every country. What's that you drinking? He got to be. Logic and reason. What's going on? He got to be. He got to be, y'all. Got to be drinking. Matter of fact, man, it ain't Oktoberfest, but drinks on me, man. He can't be the only one.
Oh, burn me!
Thank you very much.
You guys want to doing an appetizer?
Bam, you do realize that Hong Kong is China, right? They had to deal with the British people for 99 years to be in control of it. They had to give it back. And Hong Kong was one of the money centers around the world. And that's why it was coming through Hong Kong, because it's China. And, you know, it was against China, you know what I mean, with the communist shit. All right, Lori Potts, where you going at? The Audi. That's what always coming through. Yeah, they had to give it back. All right, Lori. Yeah, 19. The same way we had to give back the Panama Canal. But yeah, China been the central hub of Asia. Well, Japan was the more mystical isolation state. China been on the forefront of Asia. And now, like I said, I know, man, I know what you was talking about. We gave back the Panama Canal, what, 99? The U.S. debt at 40 trillion, man. 40 trillion ain't no joke, dude. That 40 trillion is crazy. But somebody got to pay it. You willing to pay? Are you gonna pay some money into this stuff? Into this trillion?
The U.S. government's debt has crossed $40 trillion for the first time, marking a level that has more than doubled in less than a decade. But the significance is not only the size of the number. The faster the debt grows, the more the government must spend simply to finance what it already owes, putting pressure on interest rates, the federal budget, and the broader economy. To the U.S. Treasury, total federal debt reached $40.047 trillion on Tuesday. A decade ago, the figure was about $19.4 trillion. The latest monthly figures show the pressure is continuing. The federal government recorded a $432.3 billion deficit in July, the highest monthly deficit since March 2021. During the first 10 months of fiscal year 2026, the deficit has already exceeded the entire shortfall recorded during fiscal 2025. The political argument over responsibility is complicated by the numbers. Reuters reports that U.S. debt increased by $8.4 trillion during Joe Biden's 4-year presidency and by $11.6 trillion across Donald Trump's 2 terms, including his current presidency. A significant portion of the increase came during the COVID-19 response under both administrations, but the longer-term imbalance goes beyond the pandemic, with tax revenues failing to keep pace with spending on major programs and debt servicing. According to Reuters, about 60% of federal spending goes toward mandatory programs, including Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Care. At the same time, interest costs are becoming a larger budget burden. Interest payments have approached $1.2 trillion this year. During the first 10 months of fiscal 2026, interest costs exceeded Medicare spending and became the second largest federal budget line item behind Social Security. And that pressure is increasingly visible in financial markets. Long-term Treasury yields have risen sharply, with investors demanding more compensation to hold U.S. government debt. That matters beyond Washington. Higher Treasury yields can translate into higher borrowing costs for mortgages, car loans, and commercial credit. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent responded Wednesday by announcing that the department would double the size of some debt buyback operations, targeting at least $4 billion per operation for 10 to 30-year treasuries. President Trump, meanwhile, has continued to call for lower interest rates, saying Americans should not be concerned about current bond market volatility. But the central tension remains. The government wants lower borrowing costs, while the size of the debt and the cost of servicing it continues to rise. The $40 trillion threshold is ultimately a measure of accumulated choices: pandemic spending, tax policy, mandatory programs, and the growing cost of borrowing. The immediate question is not simply whether the United States can carry $40 trillion in debt. The U.S. government's debt has crossed $40 trillion for the first time, marking a level that has more than doubled in less than a decade. But the significance is not only the size of the number. The faster the debt grows, the more the government must spend simply to finance what it already owes, putting pressure on interest rates, the federal budget, and the broader economy. To the U.S. Treasury, total federal debt reached $40.047 trillion on Tuesday. A decade ago, the figure was about $19.4 trillion. The latest monthly figures show the pressure is continuing. The federal government recorded a $432.3 billion deficit in July, the highest monthly deficit since March 2021. During the first 10 months of fiscal year 2026, the deficit has already exceeded the entire shortfall recorded during fiscal 2025. The political argument over
All right, fam. Thank you. I'm gonna hit you up on it. But government buybacks and communism, that 40 trillion still gonna be there. And with communism, that 40 trillion gonna be 400 trillion because they don't got a way to make money. They don't want you to make money. All they know how to do is spend money. If they're gonna be anti-war, we are not gonna make the money. If we turn in communism and we not still the big dog and China managed to slide us out the way, nope, we will not be. You know what I mean? In order for communism to happen too, they got to get rid of the middle class. I think that's why they're doing so much with the AI stuff, because the AI is taking all the middle class jobs. So, you know what I mean? Because the lower class, their jobs can get taken easily because they probably doing gig economy jobs like temporary service and DoorDash and Lyft, those type of situations, So, but the middle class, which was the backbone of America at one time, AI is taking all their jobs. Shit, same pair of pants though. Whether it's the left pocket or the right pocket, it's the same pants, and they zip that zipper down and pull them down and shit on all of us. You know what I mean? The left pocket, right pocket, same pair of Levi's on. That's what you got to realize. Double tap that national debt pumping, man. You see how much you owe? Americans, each one of y'all owe 117,000. Wow, that's crazy. That national debt. That national debt is crazy. And Japan was one of our creditors. It just had an earthquake, so they was about to sell a bunch of T-bills. So I guess they're gonna need them T-bills to survive now. Make sure y'all get over there and turn on the notification bell too, man. So y'all can hold these conversations. It ain't too much going on, but that y'all notice that everything that's popping got something to do with Donald Trump. Even when it was down to the Super Bowl, he was at the Super Bowl. What the fuck is you doing at the Super Bowl, dude? Share this out, man. Double tap that screen as you come through in politics, man. We trillions in debt. That's why when somebody come to me and I'm politicking with them and they say they don't deal with politics, you do yourself a great disservice, because that's where it's at. Politics. You know what I'm saying? That's where you're going to see whether you're going to sink or swim at, what these politicians do. What y'all think, man? I did all the dream I used to read Word Up magazine. $40 trillion, and they let an employee get fired. Then Elon Musk get fired, and he came up with $1 trillion.
The U.S. government's debt has crossed $40 trillion for the first time, marking a level that has more than doubled in less than a decade. But the significance is not only the size of the number. The faster the debt grows, the more the government must spend simply to finance what it already owes, putting pressure on interest rates, the federal budget, and the broader economy. To the U.S. Treasury, total federal debt reached $40.047 trillion on Tuesday. A decade ago, the figure was about $19.4 trillion. The latest monthly figures show the pressure is continuing. The federal government recorded a $432.3 billion deficit in July, the highest monthly deficit since March 2021. During the first 10 months of fiscal year 2026, the deficit has already exceeded the entire shortfall recorded during fiscal 2025. The political argument over responsibility is complicated by the numbers. Reuters reports that U.S. debt increased by $8.4 trillion during Joe Biden's 4-year presidency and by $11.6 trillion across Donald Trump's 2 terms, including his current presidency. A significant portion of the increase came during the COVID-19 response under both administrations, but the longer-term imbalance goes beyond the pandemic, with tax revenues failing to keep pace with spending on major programs and debt servicing. According to Reuters, about 60% of federal spending goes toward mandatory programs, including Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Care. At the same time, interest costs are becoming a larger budget burden. Interest payments have approached $1.2 trillion this year. During the first 10 months of fiscal 2026, interest costs exceeded Medicare spending and became the second largest federal budget line item behind Social Security. And that pressure is increasingly visible in financial markets. Long-term Treasury yields have risen sharply, with investors demanding more compensation to hold U.S. government debt. That matters beyond Washington. Higher Treasury yields can translate into higher borrowing costs for mortgages, car loans, and commercial credit. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent responded Wednesday by announcing that the department would double the size of some debt buyback operations, targeting at least $4 billion per operation for 10 to 30-year treasuries. President Trump, meanwhile, has continued to call for lower interest rates, saying Americans should not be concerned about current bond market volatility. But the central tension remains. The government wants lower borrowing costs, while the size of the debt and the cost of servicing it continues to rise. The $40 trillion threshold is ultimately a measure of accumulated choices: pandemic spending, tax policy, mandatory programs, and the growing cost of borrowing. The immediate question is not simply whether the United States can carry $40 trillion in debt. The U.S. government's debt has crossed $40 trillion for the first time, marking a level that has more than doubled in less than a decade. But the significance is not only the size of the number. The faster the debt grows, the more the government must spend simply to finance what it already owes, putting pressure on interest rates, the federal budget, and the broader economy. To the U.S. Treasury, total federal debt reached $40.047 trillion on Tuesday. A decade ago, the figure was about $19.4 trillion. The latest monthly figures show the pressure is continuing. The federal government recorded a $432.3 billion deficit in July, the highest monthly deficit since March 2021. During the first 10 months of fiscal year 2026, the deficit has already exceeded the entire shortfall recorded during fiscal 2025. The political argument over responsibility is complicated by the numbers. Reuters reports that U.S. debt increased by $8.4 trillion during Joe Biden's 4-year presidency and by $11.6 trillion across Donald Trump's 2 terms, including his current presidency. A significant portion of the increase came during the COVID-19 response under both administrations, but the longer-term imbalance goes beyond the pandemic, with tax revenues failing to keep pace with spending on major programs and debt servicing. According to Reuters, about 60% of federal spending goes toward mandatory programs, including Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Care. At the same time, interest costs are becoming a larger budget burden. Interest payments have approached $1.2 trillion this year. During the first 10 months of fiscal 2026, interest costs exceeded Medicare spending and became the second largest federal budget line item behind Social Security. And that pressure is increasingly visible in financial markets. Long-term Treasury yields have risen sharply, with investors demanding more compensation to hold U.S. government debt. That matters beyond Washington. Higher Treasury yields can translate into higher borrowing costs for mortgages, car loans, and commercial credit. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent responded Wednesday by announcing that the department would double the size of some debt buyback operations, targeting at least $4 billion per operation for 10 to 30-year treasuries. President Trump, meanwhile, has continued to call for lower interest rates, saying Americans should not be concerned about current bond market volatility. But the central tension remains. The government wants lower borrowing costs, while the size of the debt and the cost of servicing it continues to rise. The $40 trillion threshold is ultimately a measure of accumulated choices: pandemic spending, tax policy, mandatory programs, and the growing cost of borrowing. The immediate question is not simply whether the United States can carry $40 trillion in debt. The U.S. government's debt has crossed $40 trillion for the first time, marking a level that has more than doubled in less than a decade. But the significance is not only the size of the number. The faster the debt grows, the more the government must spend simply to finance what it already owes, putting pressure on interest rates, the federal budget, and the broader economy. To the U.S. Treasury, total federal debt reached $40.047 trillion on Tuesday. A decade ago, the figure was about $19.4 trillion. The latest monthly figures show the pressure is continuing. The federal government recorded a $432.3 billion deficit in July, the highest monthly deficit since March 2021. During the first 10 months of fiscal year 2026, the deficit has already exceeded the entire shortfall recorded during fiscal 2025. The political argument over responsibility is complicated by the numbers. Reuters reports that U.S. debt increased by $8.4 trillion during Joe Biden's 4-year presidency and by $11.6 trillion across Donald Trump's 2 terms, including his current presidency. A significant portion of the increase came during the COVID-19 response under both administrations, but the longer-term imbalance goes beyond the pandemic, with tax revenues failing to keep pace with spending on major programs and debt servicing. According to Reuters, about 60% of federal spending goes toward mandatory programs, including Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Care. At the same time, interest costs are becoming a larger budget burden. Interest payments have approached $1.2 trillion this year. During the first 10 months of fiscal 2026, interest costs exceeded Medicare spending and became the second largest federal budget line item behind Social Security. And that pressure is increasingly visible in financial markets. Long-term Treasury yields have risen sharply, with investors demanding more compensation to hold U.S. government debt. That matters beyond Washington. Higher Treasury yields can translate into higher borrowing costs for mortgages, car loans, and commercial credit. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent responded Wednesday by announcing that the department would double the size of some debt buyback operations, targeting at least $4 billion per operation for 10 to 30-year treasuries. President Trump, meanwhile, has continued to call for lower interest rates, saying Americans should not be concerned about current bond market volatility. But the central tension remains. The government wants lower borrowing costs, while the size of the debt and the cost of servicing it continues to rise. The $40 trillion threshold is ultimately a measure of accumulated choices: pandemic spending, tax policy, mandatory programs, and the growing cost of borrowing. The immediate question is not simply whether the United States can carry $40 trillion in debt. The U.S. government's debt has crossed $40 trillion for the first time, marking a level that has more than doubled in less than a decade. But the significance is not only the size of the number. The faster the debt grows, the more the government must spend simply to finance what it already owes, putting pressure on interest rates, the federal budget, and the broader economy. To the U.S. Treasury, total federal debt reached $40.047 trillion on Tuesday. A decade ago, the figure was about $19.4 trillion. The latest monthly figures show the pressure is continuing. The federal government recorded a $432.3 billion deficit in July, the highest monthly deficit since March 2021. During the first 10 months of fiscal year 2026, the deficit has already exceeded the entire shortfall recorded during fiscal 2025. The political argument over responsibility is complicated by the numbers. Reuters reports that U.S. debt increased by $8.4 trillion during Joe Biden's 4-year presidency and by $11.6 trillion across Donald Trump's 2 terms, including his current presidency. A significant portion of the increase came during the COVID-19 response under both administrations, but the longer-term imbalance goes beyond the pandemic, with tax revenues failing to keep pace with spending on major programs and debt servicing. According to Reuters, about 60% of federal spending goes toward mandatory programs, including Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Care. At the same time, interest costs are becoming a larger budget burden. Interest payments have approached $1.2 trillion this year. During the first 10 months of fiscal 2026, interest costs exceeded Medicare spending and became the second largest federal budget line item behind Social Security. And that pressure is increasingly visible in financial markets. Long-term Treasury yields have risen sharply, with investors demanding more compensation to hold U.S. government debt. That matters beyond Washington. Higher Treasury yields can translate into higher borrowing costs for mortgages, car loans, and commercial credit. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent responded Wednesday by announcing that the department would double the size of some debt buyback operations, targeting at least $4 billion per operation for 10 to 30-year treasuries. President Trump, meanwhile, has continued to call for lower interest rates, saying Americans should not be concerned about current bond market volatility. But the central tension remains. The government wants lower borrowing costs, while the size of the debt.
What y'all think? Was that a bunch of malarkey? Trump got a Ponzi scheme going on Americans. Because, okay, we trillions of debt. Trump has made a couple of billion, which ain't no pump, making some billion. Also, Elon Musk seemingly got to trillionaire status for a couple of days, because y'all do realize that now when they assess them at $1 trillion, it's 1/3 of that now. Shout out to from the Boy Files too, fam. What's up with you, bro? What it is? Y'all are aware of that, right? Now Elon ain't even a trillion. He was a trillionaire for a couple of days, but this shit ain't going away. And each one of us is liable for 117,000, whether you're working or not. That's every American. I don't know whether that's every American of working age or what. You know what I'm saying? But that shit crazy. Just that number alone, $40 trillion. But now it doesn't seem too far off, because when I remember somebody had $1 million, and then 40 million seemed like it was an exuberant amount, and then somebody came up with $1 billion, and now Elon Musk came with the trillion status. It sounds astronomical. So if we seen a millionaire become a billionaire in our day and age, and then eventually become a trillionaire, what's next after $1 trillion? Like, national debt today is crazy. 40 trillion, man. Shit is in the fucking way. 40 trillion, man. And if y'all noticed, it said it was at under 25 trillion when Donald Trump was in office the first time. So in between him, Joe Biden, and Obama, somebody did something. All of them accumulative, they managed to double the debt. You can't blame it all on Donald Trump. Donald Trump ain't do it all. This was the United States government. This they baby. What y'all think? The U.S. debt, 40 trillion. How much you owe? How much do you owe? Shout out everybody coming through, man. That's what it is. What y'all think? Trump done fucked up or what? I can't even imagine just somebody at $40 trillion. So much that can be done with 40 trillion. And Trump don't care about it because it's not his money. He's playing anyway. You know what I'm saying? Shout out everybody coming through, man. What y'all think? U.S. debt, 40 trillion. You know, because I'm asking the question because the American citizens are going to be the first people they shake up for the bread. They want, you know what I mean? Now, and this is what I'm trying to say. Okay, we owe 40 trillion, right? What happens when we endeavor into this socialist stuff? We're gonna owe triple that. $40 trillion. The United States. That's what's so crazy. We are moving in the red and taking care of so many other, countries. We moving in the red, taking care of the world damn near. Ain't that's crazy? So you know who gonna feel this, right? The interest rate's gonna go up. Insurance, mortgages to pay this debt. Even the little things that you never notice, like the hot food tax, gonna go up. The tax on every cell phone, every device you have, your technology bill can go up. That's what's gonna happen. They're gonna get it out. It's like this, like they bringing them data centers here, and your light bill going up because charge it to the, charge it to the Federal Gov. They got you. You know what I'm saying? That's what's gonna happen. This 40 trillion. Woo. Good. Alvin, what's going on? Johan, what's up with you? Good. Alvin, what's going on your side of things, fam? What's up over there in Germany, in Deutschland? Hey, Johan, have you did any research? And you probably have on the Teutonic Knights. Shout out everybody coming through, man. All my international. The governors, a bunch of, you say which governors in America, United States governors? Yeah, all of them. The governors, the senators, the congressmen, all of them seem like they are set up now. It's 9 p.m. where you at? Okay. We 6 behind you. It's 3 p.m. here. We 6 behind y'all. You say the government is a bunch of incompetent. Okay. Hey, are you Pumas or Adidas? Y'all know Puma and Adidas used to be the same crew. They was brothers. They're gonna separate it. And even when World War II jumped off, one brother was pro Nazi and one brother was pro, Allied. His blind coat. Johan, I don't know now. A lot of people got there going looking at Trump different, especially after he pulled that mission with the war. That was a deal breaker for some people, man. They couldn't take it because that's not what they signed on. Because everybody knows when it's wartime, the resources are scarce because they got to be allowed to do war. Or when it's wartime, maybe your peoples might even be picked to go to war. It's just, we ain't really looking for that right now. We're trying to make America great again. You can't got there going fix your plate. You got to hold your gun, you know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. So your people's OG Antifa. They was fighting fascists. But are they anti-democratic socialists? 75% of the debt is because of theft, and the rest is welfare and other freebies for the illegals and the lazy. Right? Who would you consider get the most welfare? Della, who gets the most welfare? Who would you say, in your opinion? Who is this welfare people? You would be surprised who getting all the welfare, man. That shit is crazy. But everybody got their own. Oh yeah, damn. The mother uncle went to prison because he hated Hitler. Wow, that's crazy. But you notice y'all come in and say, it's the Jews, it's the Jews. Y'all hate Hitler, but y'all love his doctrine and what he believed in. It's the Jews. Yeah, that's the same shit Hitler was saying. But can't cut your mustache like. Who would you consider to be the lazy and the welfare guys? Della? Okay. What part of Germany is she from? Okay, Hessian. Okay, that's where the soldiers come from, the mercenaries. Y'all got black in y'all. That's what the Moors used to send their princesses to, Hessian. Okay, 3 miles from Frankfurt. Okay. Did you ever do any research on von Steuben? The German, the depression. Peace, God. Peace, 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 peace. What's going on? Peace, Lord. What's up with you? Nostra. Oh, Jeezy. What's up, fam? I'm just chilling. Just chilling. See, they say we owe the debt 40 trillion pounds. Hey, did you see they had the joint in Brooklyn? They had the champ. They had Shannon Briggs, Mike Tyson, Zab Judah. They even had Shoo with them. They was walking through Brooklyn. You say the Lord's on the people, right? But that's why the Bible has master and Lord in it. So it can pertain to, if you're talking about Europe, was more like the peasant against the Lord of the manor. And when they started all these colonies all around the world, the master of the plantations. I mean, that was dope on it. That was dope. I saw it. It was dope, man. They had the old school cars out there. Mike Tyson was out there. Mike Tyson, he turning out to be a pretty, a cool cat, I guess, in our maturity, fam. In our maturity. Well, remember back in the day when a lot of y'all saying, my granddaddy fought in the Civil War. Guess what? He didn't. He sent the slave to do it. You know what I'm saying? He didn't fight in the Civil War. He sent the slave. You know what I'm saying? Shit is crazy. Okay, a bunch of G's, then a bunch of old G's. Yeah, I saw that. I said it should be more coverage on this right here. This is what's happening. You know what I'm saying? That was crazy. But on the person that I was talking about when they had mentioned that the welfare stuff, I'm gonna drop a statistic on you for you. And this ain't in disrespect. It's just, it is what it is, man. Yeah, somebody earlier was, but somebody earlier was like made a statement, a bold statement, like for the lazy and You know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to tell you, it wouldn't matter if it wasn't, you know what I'm saying? If it was just black people getting it. Okay. Man, our first job was to protect the Barbary Coast against white slavery, fam. For real. We broke as fuck on paper. All our money is in assets. In our assets, like our bases and our, I mean, exactly. The Hasidics with the little fur hats on and the little curly Q Jones. Because their men don't work. Their men are supposed to be like rabbis, religious, you know what I mean? Nah, get your ass, yeah. Yeah. But people will come in here and say, yo, lazy black people getting, no, they're not. They're getting their just due, which they deserve it. You know? But it's more than double. If you add all these people up, and like I said, it's not to stir none up, it's just the truth. Sometimes the truth will set you free, man. And people will come in and make reference that the black people, the white people are carrying the black people. Similarly, all the black people I know now, and the minority, all the minorities that I know are hustling, getting money up, opening up businesses and stuff. Yeah. Well, we are indentured service now, because when we used to work for free, now we'll work for little or nothing. Remember, we used to work for nothing. Now we will work for little of nothing. And which y'all don't realize, after the Civil War, they didn't even let nobody go. They bought them from the Confederates. They brought all the slaves, and then they released them as indentured servants onto the United States plantation. That's just how I said. They didn't let nobody go. They paid for them. They paid through Andrew Johnson. He even got paid. He was the president. He got paid for his slaves. It was a Ponzi scheme. And then they went down to Guatemala and Honduras, which used to be southern Mexico, and started the United Fruit Companies. You know what I'm saying? They went and started the United Fruit Companies with that. So they said, where's the Confederate gold? Now you're eating Chiquita banana. That's where it went. They put their money in the fruit and got paid. That's what the term Banana Republic. The Confederacy turned into the Banana Republics. That's why they feel like the Democrats feel like they owe allegiance to those migrants, because half of the migrants work for them. If they still got getting that Dixie dollar, if you understand politics, the Confederacy was not lost. It was they came up with a solution. We can go down south and we can do this and we can let y'all do that, but we can pay y'all for y'all slaves. Okay, compensate. If you can understand it, nobody got free. You know what I'm saying, Norster? Nobody got free. You got bought, and they put you on the big plantation now. You know what I'm saying? You indentured servant, where they was just making you work. Now we're gonna give you a little something. That's what happened. You know what I'm saying? They didn't free nobody. They just allowed you, and then it was restrictions on it. We're gonna let you eat, but you know what I mean? We're gonna limit where you can eat at. You know, go check on the Chiquita banana. That's the Confederate gold for all y'all that want the South to rise again. It did already, and guess what? It's speaking Spanish. Underlay mommy, iya, iya. Right, but when he go, will MAGA? Does MAGA have a substantial candidate that can take his place, or do you think that Donald Trump and whatever he had going on gonna fade out with him? I'm serious, man. Luigi, where's Mario? And what are you doing online? Ain't you about to get 200 years for killing that boy in New York? Luigi, where's Mario? Nah, we don't need to be armed to the teeth. We need to be arm in arm. Grinning and bearing teeth as Americans. We don't need to be armed to the teeth, fam. That's the thing. We don't need to be fighting nothing. We need to be somewhere chilling together as Americans. In the 80s, it was chill. Like it's racism still existed because that's what America is built off of, but it was chill. Rubio and DeSantis suck. I'll vote for Kamala and Gavin Newsom before I vote for these people. what's gonna happen is all y'all gonna turn communists because the people that they gonna offer up, they don't want Kamala because she's a woman and a woman of color. They don't want DeSantis and Rubio because it's a reminder of the Donald Trump machine. So what's gonna happen? They're gonna be thrust into the arms of the Democratic Socialists who have managed to shake off the Democrats. And now this shit about to jump. Yeah, exactly. Man, America been off the chain, Johan, but we need a leader that we can be proud of. That, you know what I mean? We ain't gotta worry about if we wake up, we gonna wake up tomorrow morning and shit gonna be popping. You feel me? We gotta, I mean, if a socialist candidate got something to offer, I don't like socialists because I know that socialists are one step from communism and authoritarianism, you know? And then I'm trying to get paid. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm an entrepreneur. I got a lot of stuff going on. And no, and once you get to a point where you're comfortable with your finances, they want some of it to pay for some of their social programs. And some of those social programs are just like the government programs that the government is funding, they don't work. So I ain't trying to get a bunch of my money flushed down nobody else's goddamn dream toilet. No Bernie Sanders, no goddamn Mamdani, no El Sayed, none of them. If I can prevent it. But I do see we leaning towards that. We're leaning towards socialism. We already socialist. Once there's a conversation about it, it's already here. It's a matter of them implementing and picking the right president, bring it to us now. Free education, but you got to wonder how much what do they consider education? Especially if it's free, it could be just here, read this book. You understand? Like free healthcare, if it's free, you shouldn't expect. I mean, you expect to get what you pay for. It's free, so it might just be a Band-Aid and an aspirin. But as opposed to if you pay into a insurance company or get you some real healthcare, that it will be more as you pay for what you get, and then you can be more. I mean, you can be like, look, this ain't what I'm. Now, when it's free, you get what you take what you get. You see what I'm saying? And a free education probably with socialism, it'll be a socialist education because that's who in power. Whoever's in power, that's who what the kids gonna get taught. They're not gonna teach you no capitalist stuff if it's a socialist program. They're gonna teach you the proper socialist indoctrination. That's what we're going through right now. We're going through the American indoctrination with a little bit of capitalism. You know what I mean? They try to say that, but police and the infrastructure are not social programs. That's what's supposed to happen. Because you know what? There should be somebody that is going to maintain the law. That's just, you know what I mean? That's rationality. That's not nothing, no social program. That's what has to happen. Because if the police wasn't here or somebody there policing others, it'd be a bunch of chaos. People would be snatching dishes out your kitchen. But the middleman gonna have to get his cut if you're getting what you pay for. When it's free, it's coming straight from whoever, and it can be whatever because they can say, hey, it's free. You understand? Everybody wants something for free. Everybody wants something for free. But that's the Western countries, family. America built a little different. America built a little different, fam. Shout out everybody coming through. It might be a Bush too. Y'all know George Bush III is Hispanic by way of his mom's. You know, Jeb Bush had a Hispanic wife. It might be a Bush, might be the Hispanic, because these two other dudes like what's Rubio and DeSantis. Y'all know how we going Asian? Y'all notice that the head of the Navy is Asian. Now they don't put an Asian person as the head of the Navy. You say F the Bush family, that's what it is. Y'all notice that the head of the Navy is Asian. So I guess we're gonna go Asian now. We're gonna have to be able to, because everybody else ain't got no Navy. But the Asians, but China. So now we got the head of our Navy is Asian, because that's what we're going more Asian now as a country. That's just my opinion. Europe ain't got nothing to offer. Europe was colonizers. Now the people that they colonized, seemingly them switched it on them. India was the pearl of the Royal Kingdom, the United Kingdom. They named them India. It's really Hindustan. Now you see that we talking about flipping South Korea, letting Taiwan get ran up in, and we gonna be friends with North Korea, Russia, and China. You see what I'm saying? We get more Asiatic in how we do it. Yeah, exactly. It's sort of like when Jeremy Lin came through and had the Lin sensation, and they didn't do shit else because he was a plant from the dude went to Harvard. You know, for Harvard to have basketball players. And what was he doing in the NBA? He wasn't all that good at Harvard that they needed him in the NBA. Like, huh? Nobody questioned that. But that year, that week that he did the Lin sensation shit, the fucking premier of China was in town, and he's a huge basketball fan. And it made it look like y'all peoples is here doing their thing. Nobody knows that was a whole CIA propaganda stunt right there. Go Google it. The Chinese premier was here at the UN speaking at the United Nations that week. He did take the game, man, and that's crazy. That's when they had it, making him think everybody's doing their thing. And then once Jeremy Lin did that, then he go to the Rockets. The Rockets is backed by Chinese money. Look at the colors. TB, what's up with you, family? TB, what's up with you? They say they 4 trillion in the hole. We 4 trillion in the hole, TMP. We 4 trillion in the hole, man. They say each one of us as Americans owe 117,000. Wow, how they do that there? And my dad there going, shout out my young bleed Corleone folks. How they do that there, man? Each one of us as Americans own roughly 117,000 at that. Huh? What is it, family? You got the T on it. That shit crazy, man. These people terrible. They're terrible, man. Terrible. What's the national debt? 4 trillion. 4 trillion is the nation's unfunded liabilities. Well, okay, I'm gonna let somebody else explain it real quick. Because y'all just trying to figure out what's it about.
The U.S. government's debt has crossed $40 trillion for the first time, marking a level that has more than doubled in less than a decade. But the significance is not only the size of the number. The faster the debt grows, the more the government must spend simply to finance what it already owes, putting pressure on interest rates, the federal budget, and the broader economy. To the U.S. Treasury, total federal debt reached $40.047 trillion on Tuesday. A decade ago, the figure was about $19.4 trillion. The latest monthly figures show the pressure is continuing. The federal government recorded a $432.3 billion deficit in July, the highest monthly deficit since March 2021. During the first 10 months of fiscal year 2026, the deficit has already exceeded the entire shortfall recorded during fiscal 2025. The political argument over responsibility is complicated by the numbers. Reuters reports that U.S. debt increased by $8.4 trillion during Joe Biden's 4-year presidency and by $11.6 trillion across Donald Trump's 2 terms, including his current presidency. A significant portion of the increase came during the COVID-19 response under both administrations, but the longer-term imbalance goes beyond the pandemic, with tax revenues failing to keep pace with spending on major programs and debt servicing. According to Reuters, about 60% of federal spending goes toward mandatory programs, including Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Care. At the same time, interest costs are becoming a larger budget burden. Interest payments have approached $1.2 trillion this year. During the first 10 months of fiscal 2026, interest costs exceeded Medicare spending and became the second largest federal budget line item behind Social Security. And that pressure is increasingly visible in financial markets. Long-term Treasury yields have risen sharply, with investors demanding more compensation to hold U.S. government debt. That matters beyond Washington. Higher Treasury yields can translate into higher borrowing costs for mortgages, car loans, and commercial credit. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent responded Wednesday by announcing that the department would double the size of some debt buyback operations, targeting at least $4 billion per operation for 10 to 30-year treasuries. President Trump, meanwhile, has continued to call for lower interest rates, saying Americans should not be concerned about current bond market volatility. But the central tension remains. The government wants lower borrowing costs, while the size of the debt and the cost of servicing it continues to rise. The $40 trillion threshold is ultimately a measure of accumulated choices: pandemic spending, tax policy, mandatory programs, and the growing cost of borrowing. The immediate question is not simply whether the United States...
What's the immediate question, y'all? Who's gonna pay this $40 trillion? And you know who's gonna pay? The American citizen. Everything is gonna go up and cost a little bit more. Yeah, remember the other day, Donald Trump told you himself, he said, it shouldn't be a problem with you paying a little bit more. Matter of fact, I got that too. Let me drop that one. But this dude is, wow.
So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have... A country, really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's... I'll never apologize. I did the right thing. But you could, if you didn't have, you'd be at... I mean, I had it down to below $2 in many states, but in California you can't include because they keep taxing. You lower the oil price and they end up taxing you more than what you lower it. But you just have to remember that what we're doing is a great service for the world, not only for ourselves, for the world, and we're really doing a great job. So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have... A country, really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's... I'll never apologize. I did the right thing. But you could, if you didn't have, you'd be at... I mean, I had it down to below $2 in many states, but in California you can't include because they keep taxing. You lower the oil price and they end up taxing you more than what you lower it. But you just have to remember that what we're doing is a great service for the world, not only for ourselves, for the world, and we're really doing a great job. So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have... A country, really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's... I'll never apologize. I did the right thing. But you could, if you didn't have, you'd be at... I mean, I had it down to below $2 in many states, but in California you can't include because they keep taxing. You lower the oil price and they end up taxing you more than what you lower it. But you just have to remember that what we're doing is a great service for the world, not only for ourselves, for the world, and we're really doing a great job. So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have, a country really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's, I'll never apologize. I did the right thing. But you could, you know, if you didn't have, you'd be at, I mean, I had it down to below $2 in many states, but in California you can't include because they keep taxing. You lower the oil price and they end up taxing you more than what you lower it. But you just have to remember that what we're doing is a great service for the world, not only for ourselves, for the world, and we're really doing a great job. So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have, a country really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's, I'll never apologize. I did the right thing. But you could, you know, if you didn't have, you'd be at, I mean, I had it down to below $2 in many states, but in California you can't include because they keep taxing. You lower the oil price and they end up taxing you more than what you lower it. But you just have to remember that what we're doing is a great service for the world, not only for ourselves, for the world, and we're really doing a great job. So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more.
Charlie Kelly, what's going on with you? What's up, fam? The people been looking for you. They say you owe some of this 40 trillion. Yo, Germany sucks, man. Johan, my Deutschland brother. Germany sucks. Believe that, Germany sucks, man. Shout out everybody coming through, man. Charlie Kelly, what's going on with you this evening, man? You know the Eagle flies on Friday, family. Before y'all get that stuff out to the corporate America, make sure you drop some off into y'all respective communities, man. Nah, America is great, family. The government sucks, but America as a people, as a whole, we Gucci over here. And I'm gonna say that for all Americans, we Gucci. That's what it is, Charlie Kelly. With the bullshit. Dude say America sucks. And come on, Johan. Everybody around the world wants to be Americans. Most of them want to be Americans for the wrong reasons, man. The national debt today is in space on y'all ass. That shit bonkers, man. That's crazy. 40 trillion, my G. Hey, yo, I got a robot for 40 Thou Wow, too. Make sure y'all get over there and check out that robot for 40 Thou Wow. It ain't tricking if you got it. Charlie Kelly, did you get over there and check out that robot? America has the best healthcare system in the world, especially if you got some money. America is just like a slot machine, though, you know? That's all. If you got the debits and chips, you can get whatever you want in the world. It being in America, can't nowhere else compare to how Americans get down, man. Man, we did for what it's worth, we're the safest, I mean, most likely to succeed as you come to America, we most likely to succeed. You most likely to succeed in America, where is you can get off in a little pocket and generate a substantial income if you know what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Everybody try to knock America, clamoring to get here. What's good with y'all today, fam? What's going on? Shout out everybody coming through, man. What y'all think, man? Is somebody lying? Is the numbers doubled since the last time Trump was the president? The numbers doubled. We going more Asian with it. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to go Asian with it? What is it, Charlie? How much was the gas when Biden was the president? MAGA does. Americans believe in fairy tales. America believes in fairy tales, y'all. With this national debt today, who got some bread on it? Each one of y'all owe roughly 117,000, so they say. And now, make sure y'all don't miss out on this robot deal, man. I got it. 40 G's, man. Americans believe in fairy tales. Can you name 3 reasons, Charlie Kelly, that you say MAGA is the greatest movement in the world? Give me 3 reasons, Charlie Kelly. 3 legitimate reasons too. Make sure y'all taking the poll too as y'all come in, fam. Make sure y'all taking the poll. You say Biden did what now? You say, but the current $4.16 per gallon national average is significantly higher than the national average when Biden left office in January 2025 was $3.12 per gallon, and it's higher than the nation. Okay, let me see. I might got some intel on that. Let me see something. I might got something on that to see whether you are correct or just, blowing smoke. Yeah, I'm fact checking. I think I got a little video on it. Let me see. Shout out everybody coming through, man. But with anything, man, it's the dollar. The dollar that we were spending when Biden and them was in office is not the dollar we spending now. The dollar we spending now is closely linked to cryptocurrency and all other kind of forms of doing business. The dollar ain't the only way to do business now, so that's why it's so flaky right now. If you understand it, you don't have to have a dollar now. You can have a Bitcoin. You can use what's that other money that these countries that managed to get up from under the colonizers. You can use one of their dollars. There's so many other alternatives before you get to the dollar these days. It's too late for to talk about his granddaddy now. He's been the president 2 times, dog. I don't understand when y'all do that either, man. I mean, y'all bring up old shit about his granddaddy. Hey, it's too late. He's been the president 2 times. So whatever his granddaddy is, it does not matter. It doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? A lot of y'all are coming, like a lot of facts knocking these people. Well, shit, if he's the president, whatever his granddaddy did, it worked. You feel me? What about this debt we got popping off right here? You ready? See what I'm saying? Y'all are just not. But what's his politics like? Do you think he's a good politician? Do he suck as a politician? Who his wife is and all that shit? That's what I'm saying. Sometimes it matters, but sometimes it smells of like racism or something like that. Like, damn, that shit who his wife is. He's fucking up the community, breaking bread. That's what we need to be. I mean, we get too caught up in their life instead of how they make decisions for your life. You know what I'm saying? Somebody answer this. Shout out everybody coming through. Yeah, MAGA. Well, that's what it is. Everybody want to believe in something that they are the true one, supreme. I have no problems with that. With somebody being, pro whatever they believe in, because you should. If somebody can change your mind of what you believe in and make you kowtow and downplay it, that means you ain't believing in that strongly. You know what I'm saying? Which one of these guys is the worst president to you? And why do you say that? Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out, man. What's going on with everybody today? How much do you owe that debt, fam? Charlie serious. Charlie Kelly is serious. He ain't trolling Johan. That's just how we get down. That's Charlie. That is true, Charlie. Johan, I do believe that because a lot of foreigners want to be Americans, man. Who don't want to be American? A lot of Americans seemingly don't want to be Americans now, but everybody else want to be Americans, man. Somebody in the chat screen, take a shot at that. Who do you think was the worst president out of these four guys right here? Was it A, is it Bill Clinton? B, Barack Obama? Was it Lazy Joe or was it Trump? Who is the worst president? Who do you think was the worst president of all times, man? Of these guys? I know each of us will probably have our own, but out of these, Bill Clinton, Barack Hussein Obama, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump. C, Joe Biden. And why, Chris Correa? What's going on with you? And shout out everybody that's coming through. The Russians show Milana. Man, who cares about that man-woman news, man? See, that's the weird shit. The Russians throwing y'all off. How did Obama divide the nation, Charlie Kelly, in your opinion? Not the debate, just to see where you at as an American. You said it was Obama, okay? That's what it is. I'm going to say Trump right now because he's so transparent that he just told y'all a lie and got away with it, like going to war. That's one of the main things that I'm like in disagreement with him. Other than that, the fuck up is just what he's doing is what all those presidents do, and he seemingly can master that part of getting his. You know, he's a brand. He's been building his brand the whole time, doing what he do. But I don't agree with it, and I don't think we should be at war when he said it was going to be no new wars. And then he came back with, but I didn't guarantee it. You know what I mean? Well, you know what I mean? It is what it is. But somebody take a stab at that. Who would you say is the worst president out of these guys right here? And did Obama deal with anything about race, dude? Do you say he made the Americans deal with race against each other? Or because Obama wasn't about race. In my opinion, Obama was about the LGBT community, dude. When you say Obama made everything about race, nah, he was about the LGBT community. See all that talk of the swamp and stuff? That's late rhetoric, Johan. We don't talk about the swamp no more in America. We don't talk about the swamp no more in America, Johan. That's late rhetoric. You got to get your American politics up, my chick. Got to get your military politics up. Well, out of these guys, man, somebody give me some feedback on it. Who would you? Bill Clinton, A. Barack Hussein Obama, B. Joe Biden, C. Donald Trump, D. Nah, that don't mean he gay. That means that was the number one lobbyist. If you want to get anything done, raise more lobbyists. Stop telling kids that they're tall, they can play basketball because they got broad shoulders. They should be a linebacker. You know what I mean? raise more lobbyists. We need more, you know what I mean, civil servants. You know what I mean? Put a little money to the side. We need more kids involved in the military. And that's for every coach. You know what I mean? That's easy. Smash that. I don't know, but if he does, it's on him. Johan probably ain't never been in America. Godfather, what's up with you, fam? That in the hands down is biting. He was the worst. He wasn't really ready shit, right? They say Biden was laid back, sipping on a mint julep. But remember that speech he just gave a couple of weeks ago that I was playing? He was pretty peppy right there. But then when I went back and looked at it, the shit looked like a hologram. Rap, what's up with you? I was relatively harmless. A was relatively harmless. B said the same things as D, but gets a pass. C was sleeping. D get it done. Got it done. What did D get done? Their rep. And it's not the debate against you, just to see your opinion as an American, how you feel like he got something done. I don't think Obama separated the nation, DB. You say the person in the Oval Office is the worst. Shit. I go for it. You do. The lowest illegal crossings. Do you know they already here? That's like taking a census. Everybody ain't gonna get counted because some people don't want to be counted. How did the division start with Obama? America been divided, and that's my opinion. That's like everything that we doing here, this conversation, and it's not a debate or I'm trying to tell you something. I'm saying I'm going back off of what I believe in. We've been divided as a corporation, you know. And it's been, you know what I mean, the ones that work in the factory, the boardroom, middle management, you know what I mean? No matter what was your position in the corporation, we've been divided in this United States corporation. Obama got paid to placate a certain, he got paid to placate the LGBTQ. Just like Donald Trump is getting paid to placate to the military. They allowing him to do his thing, and they doing their thing. The media damn sure was a big part of dividing us. I just did a deep dive on this guy, I can't think of his name now, that he was like on the cusp of propaganda. He was that dude on that propaganda shit, don't say. You say ABC, Clinton, Barack, and Biden. Wow, you terrible, CRC. Because Obama couldn't be easily criticized. He had the privilege. He ain't had no privilege. You said you would not use his name, Larry. That's what it is. Hey, Obama, what privilege did Obama have? Obama, they ain't fuck with Obama like that, family. I'm sorry, they did not fuck with Obama like that. He was no less like a puppet. He was a puppet doing this thing, man. He was a good puppet, good for what it was. PR, you know, handsome to look at, suave and debonair, smooth. You know what I mean? He was everything that America wanted it to be. That's why he was the president. He was the face of it. He was everything America was trying to promote. Look, we not these racist, these smooth motherfuckers. You know what I mean? You say Obama was the worst. What's going on? This one, Bliss, it's crazy. Y'all wilding. Exactly, Mark. They want us hating each other so they can do what they do. Yeah, that cap shit is crazy. Name 3 reasons why you consider Obama being the worst. Man, all of them racist. Republican, Democrat, no matter who, they racist. What's going on with you, Homestead? Chilling. You know how I do. Post it up. You say, fuck Trump. Right. That's right. Good to see you, man. Good to hear from you, man. You know, sometimes you want to go where everybody know your name. Man, a lot of American jobs been outsourced since they sent the F-150 to Mexico. You feel me? Avocados from Mexico. Now your F-150s from Mexico. You smell me? Thought it was an embarrassment. Y'all terrible. Terrible, 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 terrible. Godfather, why was Biden an embarrassment? OG. How you feeling today, family? Shout out everybody coming through. If you're a content creator, you know you can text the letter BMC and Nightbot will probably drop the link to where your content is. How are they gonna know you're a content creator if they don't know where to go? You know what I mean? They get the one tool. They don't have an answer. Everybody's taking money from lobbyists. That's where they get their agenda from. Whoever, whatever. That's why I said we need more lobbyists. Less basketball and football players, more lobbyists. More people that are, going to promote our agenda. All of them can put a sentence together because they got speech writers. You know what I'm saying? You are dead wrong, Charlie. You say Obama was divisive, uneducated, and Obama had a better education than Donald Trump. Donald Trump was educated in private schools, which was probably just boarding houses. Obama was at Harvard, I do believe. So you tripping. Up there right now, I'll say Donald Trump is the dumbest one up there right now. Bill Clinton, a Rhodes Scholar. Joe Biden, heavy into that bread, banking, not a failed businessman. Joe Biden was into that. He out of Delaware. You know that Delaware is the Switzerland of America. Go do your 1-2s on the state of Delaware. Yeah, Donald Trump is the dumbest one up there. Obama, shot. That's why they had him, for the facade. They would have never put him up there. Yeah. You say fake news. Okay. And you wearing fake shoes. You Timu ass. Charlie Kelly Timu ass mom. I'm not saying all of them right there. Jimmy Carter Jimmy Carter, he the one that told the black woman to marry the federal government and they're going to put them on welfare and give them subsidies. Some of the white folks subsidies, some of the white folks food stamps. Jimmy Carter, he had it so that the black woman wouldn't let a black man stay with her so she could get some government cheese and all other kind of bullshit. Yeah, Carter, but we talking about these two right here. We could be all day with it. All of them had their little bit. All of them fucked up the system, Raven. What's up with you? Yeah, Jimmy Carter was on some shit. See what I'm saying? And you probably standing somewhere, walking around with no shoes on. Come on, Charlie, tighten up. Raven, you got to go, homie. You know that lady ain't no woman. I don't like stuff like that, man. Especially when it's just like that's the only thing you can get at them without calling them the N-word. So you know what? You know what Donald Trump would say right now, right? Raven. You know what Donald Trump would say right now, right, Raven?
I'm sorry, you're fired. Get out of here.
I don't play that disrespecting the queens. You're fired. You said Donald Trump is by far the worst. Would y'all say Donald Trump being a president, or he's the commander in chief? Because he's doing a lot of military shit. Out of this joint though, A, B, C, D. Somebody. I mean, shout out everybody coming through, family. D, Donald Trump. Name 3 reasons Donald Trump, fam. 3 reasons. Oh, man. Name 3 reasons you say Donald Trump, man. Donald Trump is not the leader of the free world right now, dude. Donald Trump is the president of the United States. They don't bestow those type of titles on him. You ever notice that? They're not going to bestow the leader of the free world title on Donald Trump right now, bro. That's just it is what it is. But out of this group, man, somebody in the chat stream, A, B, C, and D. And make sure y'all get over there and turn on the notification bells. Make sure you double tap the stream as you checking this out. You know what I mean? Smash the like button or double tap the stream. Share me out. Somebody take a stab at this. A, B, C, and D. Who do you think was the worst U.S. president out of these guys? But I'm convinced, Charlie, you got to stop. You got to stop, man. Well, for one reason, we ain't willing to work on no farms is because, you know what I mean, ain't no money in there. And we had it already set up that we had some workers on the farm. You understand? Okay. We got a C. Why you say Joe Biden? The orange turd. What's up, Leonard? The orange turd. Y'all can call them people some names, man. Double tap that. Share me out, family. What's going on with y'all? Y'all know the eagle flies on Friday, man. So before you go give all that bread up to corporate America, make sure that you get over there and drop some off in your community, man. D. Y'all is terrible on fucking Donald. What's Donald done? What's Donald done to you? No doubt Obama. Why? Name 3 reasons Obama. Y'all give Obama too much credit. But that NAFTA shit don't mean shit now. You talking about the little joint they had with Canada and Mexico. That North American fair trade. That shit don't mean shit. They stopped building that highway, whatever. That's what you're talking about. You say America needs it. Wow. Okay. You going to buy some shoes so you ain't wear no shoes. Wow. Angel Pride say F Trump. Donald ain't done shit. Donald done took us to war, family. That's what he's done. Okay, prove it. Shout out everybody coming through. Make sure you double tap the stream, man. Let's get them likes up. Let's get them likes up, y'all. Trump took us to war. He lied. That's the only thing, like, he lied to y'all. He got y'all got that going. Say Trump worst by far family. That's what it is. Wolf, what's up with you? Grand Musket, what's up with you? Patrick, that's what it is. He got his hands on the briefcase, dude. B and C. Somebody said Jimmy Carter again. Y'all don't like Jimmy, man. Shout out everybody coming through, man. Y'all wildin'. Dave say B and C. Sergey say B and C. James says Zionist Joe Biden shadow president Benjamin Netanyahu. My vote. He ain't give up. Stole the president. Damn. So now what's Trump? Trump down with Netanyahu too, right? Charlie Kelly, do you have a brain injury? Why do people keep asking Charlie that? Oh. Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out, fam. Chill. Trump. See what I'm saying? Make sure y'all taking the poll too, fam. C, B, and A. Okay. Y'all love Trump, don't y'all? There's a lot of Trump. Okay, let me ask y'all something. Y'all think Trump can survive without MAGA? Yeah, Trump is going down as the wickedest. Obama Rev Jim Jones. Why you say Obama family? That's what it is, though. No, I don't think them dudes got nothing to do with it. The military, the shadow government we under martial law probably. Don't even know it. We too busy fussing about Trump, Obama, Biden, and Clinton. Trump is not MAGA. MAGA are some seemingly, some followers, dudes. Okay. It's 70 million MAGA. I did not know that. I doubt it's 70 million. But this is predominantly MAGA is. Look, y'all, everybody say, look, this is who MAGA is. Did anybody besides Godfather see themselves in that statistic? That's who MAGA is right there. Anybody see themselves in that MAGA statistic? Man, shout out everybody coming through, showing us some support too, man. That's what it is. Greatly appreciated. You feel me? Double tap that stream or get over there, turn on that notification bell. And we also provide y'all with the BMC Investor. Get over there and support the corporation. That's what it is. Show that support as an American. Reason is, what's going on with you? How's your day? What's up with you? You say they all uneducated. Wow. That 25% of them had college educations. Rep Jim Jones, you can't believe them you can't believe them statistics, can you? Do you believe those statistics? You can't believe them people, man. Imagine doing 15 years to come home, my government being allied with active war criminals. You was in jail for 15 years? Was in American jails? Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Who do you think was the worst president out of these guys? A, B, C, or D? Malcolm X said it best. Any black person voting supports. Malcolm X, man, you know that Malcolm X was the plant, right? He had switched over from black nationalism into full-blown Orthodox Islam. You know what I mean? So stop quoting him. Which Malcolm X are you quoting? Are you quoting Malcolm Little, Malcolm X with the bow tie, or Malcolm X, Shabazz al-Hajj, Kufi? You say Trump hates America, the U.S. as Lincoln. I mean, but can we blame that on Trump because he's the commander-in-chief, or blame that on the Joint Chiefs of Staff because as a unit, they're the military, or blame it on the Navy? The guy that's in charge of the Navy, I know the guy in charge of the Navy is Asian, right? Yeah, Barack, even if he did do a bunch of shit, he carried himself with style and grace. Two are the ladies in the place with style and grace. You know what I'm saying? He did do a stizzle. Now, he wasn't, I mean, he did get your ass up smooth with it. Why you say Joe Biden, Matthew? What's going on, Matthew? What's going on, Spider? Right. What's going on? What's up with everybody? Benjamin Netanyahu. Y'all sound like Hitler. Hitler was saying it's the Jews, it's the Jews. You just need to cut your mustache like Hitler. You'll sound just like him, dude. Like, it's crazy. You say Trump is the best. Wow. In your opinion, can you name 3 reasons why you say Trump is the best? Clinton and Biden. Yeesh. What did Clinton do to you? What Clinton do to you, brother? Y'all see we got a robot for 40 G's, man. Make sure you get over there and get your robot, man. Shout out everybody coming through, man. That's what it is. Make sure y'all double tapping that stream, man, and getting them likes up too, fam. And then get them likes up past 100. Right, but it's come to find out Malcolm X might have been all goddamn. He might have been a plant dude. So, for what it's worth, when he was Malcolm X, he was what it was because, he got taught by Elijah Muhammad, who was one of the most prolific scientific teachers to come on the planet. When these people come in and say, Donald Trump, I could see if they said Elijah Muhammad. Now, I'm not a Nation of Islam or any of that, but the knowledge that he brought, the minds that he opened up was crazy. Like, it takes a nation of millions to hold us back. You know what I'm saying? C was the worst. Okay. Why was he the worst, dude? Give me 3 reasons why. It's not a debate, just to see who you wear as an American or why you say that guy was the worst. That guy was the worst. Shout out to everybody coming through, man. Double tap the stream. What's your opinion on all this? Is this what you voted for? Somebody tell me, is this what you voted for? Chilling, fam. What's up with you, Kamalama? Kamalama, what's been up, fam? For Dumb Donald. What's going on, Ed? Kevin? Just looking. Cam, what you got going on, family? How you been? Malcolm X went to Mecca. The CIA probably sent him. Stop reading the Malcolm X autobiography and watching the movie if you really don't know what's going on. He didn't expand his mind. He just got indoctrinated somewhere else. And just in that indoctrination, you know what I mean? Diaper Donnie, wow. He won't trash of the earth just look. He's talking shit now. He did. You know what I mean? Because Bush not on the list, family. Send me a list with Bush up there. I support it. Web Matrix, what's up with you? Shout out everybody coming through. The Eagle flies on Friday, y'all. My G Cam, good to hear from you, fam. Hit him with a stock tip or something, Kamalama. Or drop some on a rollie on the ass. About a rollie itself. And buddy talk. Shout out Kamalama, man. Cameron J. Super BMC ain't the place to be. Johan, whose mother? That's if she won, but y'all was too scared to let a woman tell you what to do. That's why she ain't win. Y'all, what's up? These are but war criminals. Okay, I go for it. Demonics. You probably sitting there with some sage brain talking this shit. Demonics. No creatures could ever contemplate such Satanism. They hide behind no justice and never any justice, not any one time. Non-justice system. Okay. Yawashi, Hamashi. Okay. Shalom, brother. I won't try to disrespect your name either. Shalom, brother. That's what it is. Crypto been booming. Man, crypto is some. You know what I mean? Now they got crypto banks. What's that? Can you explain that? Space Deezy, what's up with you? Bush was the worst to tell Trump. First B said, why is Malcolm X trash? Just looking. Space Dust says, Blue Star's country is bad. I'm not saying all the people. I'm not talking about their religion. I'm talking about their religious government, right? But that's the same thing Hitler was saying on it. It's the Jews. Sure she was, but she was the vice president, so it doesn't matter now. She still will be in history as, you know what I mean, one of a couple of 40-some white dudes. And here comes this colored lady. You understand? So salute Kamala Harris. I can't let y'all downplay that lady's accomplishment because of your misogynistic, homophobic view on women and men that view themselves as women. It is what it is. I'm gonna call it like it is. Kamala Harris did her thing, man, as the vice president because she achieved that. No matter how you say she got it, y'all say Donald Trump's a dick-eating marsupial for being the president. Y'all all got all this shit to say about Kamala though. Sassy Meezy. What's going on, Sassy Music? Shout out my super supporters coming through. The fam, the OG of it, the triple OGs in the house. What's going on, Sassy Music? Salute reasoners. I like that, man. I'm glad that somebody recognizes that. But a lot of times it ain't about, you know what I mean, just doing it because we Americans, you know, so many times they pit us against each other. And the main thing that, you know what I mean, they push it is race and I mean, the rich and the poor, you know, the Willie Lynch shit. They push it on Americans now. And I'm just trying to bring us together. If it has to be some hook, like just white privilege exists or something like that, to get you in here so we can get down to the bottom of what's going on with Americans or even get your opinion on it. Because how are we going to know how we feel about each other and how we feel about this stuff going on if we don't voice our opinion and we don't have a proper place? So who do you think was the worst U.S. president? A, B, C, or D. Joe Biden. Okay? Joe Biden gave a speech where his daddy said, "Get up, Joey. Get up. Get up and fight, Joey." That was one of my favorite speeches that I ever heard Joe Biden give, though. You say Trump sucks. You say always to be Donald Trump. Wow. And all these people don't like Donald Trump. How the hell did he become the president? What is going on? It should tell you something. If all of these people are disgruntled with Donald Trump, how is he the president? How was Donald Trump the president? I'm starting to believe so. He's one of them goddamn people, man. Sassy Meezy, how's your day, fam? What's up with you? No, you don't have to be a narcissist. You can be the goofiest, shyest person in the world. If they want you to win, they're going to make sure that you win, though. Okay. Right. Yep. Going back and forth with each other instead of linking arms and saying, well, let's do this. Let's do this out of America. Let's bust this 40 trillion down. That 40 trillion crazy. But each one of us owe, like they said, approximately 117,000. Wow. Wow. It's a lot of each American. And some of y'all ain't even old enough to work or vote. Y'all kids are being allotted some of that trillion. Trump is in office doing his job, y'all. Y'all know that's what his position is, too. I mean, that's what Trump's position is. You feel me? Exactly, Lord. I'll go for that. Somebody just threw the sword down, slapped somebody with a glove in here. Shout out everybody coming through, man. That's what it is. It is what it is. Who do you think was the worst U.S. president out of these guys right here? Somebody. Yeah, Trump sick with it with that shit. Trump said it shouldn't hurt to pay a little bit.
So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have a country. Really, it's the number one state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's I'm not. I'll never apologize. I did the right thing. But you could, if you didn't have, you'd be at. I mean, I had it down to below $2 in many states, but in California you can't include because they keep taxing. You lower the oil price and they end up taxing you more than what you lower it. But you just have to remember that what we're doing is a great service for the world, not only for ourselves, for the world, and we're really doing a great job. So I just say.
I was on mute. When Trump on his meds, when he on them meds, Trump talk that shit. Y'all know he lying through his teeth. A, B, C, and D. Take your pick, y'all. Trump terrible, man. He was talking that shit. He got a pimp right in that shit. The black community represent anyway, just as sure as they represent as Americans. Why do we want to single ourselves out as the black community? We America do. We got our rights. Now we got to utilize them in the right way to get what we want. I'm talking about the black community. So as soon as we left, they had a tornado. Exactly. That's what everybody's saying. That President Trump is only there to make money. But do you blame him? It's an easily couple of billion that's been made so far. The easiest couple of billion. Get support from Elon, make him a trillionaire, and you're going to get the fucking trickle down. You're going to get $1 billion. You know what I'm saying? They definitely Donald Trump. Y'all terrible. Shout out everybody coming through, man. That's what it is. As Americans, you should be able to voice your opinion. If you don't like them, you don't like them. If you got some bullshit going on, you got some bullshit going on. Yep. They just bringing the money, and the money ain't even in the bank there. The money is up by way of, transfer and wire, and it's still in New York though. They just ain't paying no taxes or nothing. Jim Jones, you sound like you 12, a bunch of brokies. That's some Lotto. You sound like Miss Lotto or somebody. That bullshit, dude. Kurt, where's the Bush family? Sipping mint juleps on a veranda, getting money. That's where they at. What did Gary? Why you say he was buried with his Somalians? Them Somalians, Bill Clinton was scared of them Somalians. Where is Carter? He ain't on this one, but a lot of people are asking that. Where's Jimmy Carter? Yeah, he ain't on this one, but he was a bunch of shit. Why was Obama a grifter, Charlie Kelly? Y'all use these words so loosely. It's in the lexicon now, grifter. You're 62. Okay, you say that to say what? You say that to say what? You came up under when Happy Days was popping in the 70s, and when the $6 Million Man was high tech, and Star Wars was at the end of it. At the beginning of it, it was the pimp movies and shit at the beginning of the 70s. That's when you really came of age, right? By 79, when Star Wars was popping, it was probably like 18. No, you was probably 18, little teenager. So I know who you are. You was an adult in the 80s, so you might have even had a coke habit, Reverend Jim Jones. You know what I mean? You had a coke habit. See, airheaded trader. Dave, y'all can call those people a name, man. Man, the black vote ain't shit. The power in the black people is in our, acceptance that we are Americans and that we are some way the majority or the buffer to the majority in the other minorities. We the buffer. That's what we all that other stuff, man. A hit dog gonna holler, Jim Jones. B. Y'all do not like Barack Obama, Dave. Why, man? Why, Ernesto? Lord, what's going on with you? Man, Muslims been in Europe. Muslims been in Europe since like 909 AD, dude. Shout out everybody coming through, man. What's going on with y'all today, man? Said Donald in every measure. Donald Trump, how did he become the president if all y'all people, Muslims taught Europe a lot? How did he become the president if all of y'all hate him so much? Like, it baffles me. How is Donald Trump the president right now? What's going on? If all y'all hate Donald Trump, how was this guy the president? Somebody, anybody, take a stab at that. B. Obama blows goats. Wow, Jay. That's all you could think of. That you took all day, and now that's what you could think of. Right. Oh, yep. That's what they do. Look at even in Colombia. Remember the drug kingpin Pablo Escobar? He brought his little government off. How does he have Sudanese cigar? His daddy was from Kenya. What are you talking about? Have Sudanese nigga daddy was from Kenya. That's who lived the spots on him. But you know what? Sudan is the ancient center of the world, but they choose to keep it destabilized now, so y'all will never find out. Oh, the black dude, that's my boy too. Byron Donalds. I think he can win. I fuck with him. Ain't that's Byron Donalds, right? For instance, what's up with you, homie? Oh, they always do that. Or attack his woman. You know how that shit go. They think all of us smoke weed. All of us got big dicks. All of us can fight. You know how that shit go. For instance, what's up with you, homie? Yeah, whatever, cigar. Don't be sorry. Be informed. Go look it up, family, before you just throw some shit on somebody. Veterans against fascist MAGA. What's up with you, Destroyer? I ain't heard from you in a minute, my G. What's been up with you? How's life, man? World famous MAGA Destroyer that's popped in. It's all good now. I hope y'all be setting aside a little money for that goddamn that 40 trillion that we owe. Them Chinese folk don't want their money. Yeah, who's the president right now in real time? I hope y'all put some money aside though. Sassy, hope you put some money aside, big dog. For all this goddamn them Chinese people can work their money, man. Either put some money aside or learn karate and Mandarin because we're gonna have to fight. And nowadays, hey, y'all heard about them? I told y'all with that video game stuff, y'all know that they are trying to hire people that are good at PlayStation and those controllers to be air traffic controllers. People of all ages now can be an air traffic controller. If you got a hell of a PS5 PS5 game, you down with it, you know what I mean? They coming to get you to hire you. Why didn't you say that? Can you give me 3 reasons why you thank God for Donald Trump? And you didn't come in and say, thank God for my family or blessing me today. You came in and said, thank God for Donald Trump. So this got to be amazing. Can you give me 3 reasons why you say thank God for Donald Trump? Paid in full. Paid, you know what I said? That's what it is. Was Biden looking out for the veterans? I'm telling you, when somebody come here and call some 80-year-old dude their daddy and they're 80 years old, it's crazy, right? The buck stops here. The buck stops here, y'all. Man, that student loan shit, all them presidents be lying about that. Shit, he done took enough. Donald Trump and them got a bank, man. It's enough, man. Enough. Donald Trump has a bank right now, cryptocurrency bank at that. Like, come on, somebody got to tell me something with this shit. Like, yeah, they got B. Okay, Doug says B. Shit, AI gonna get rid of the rest of the middle class. If y'all don't know, AI coming. They about to get rid of everybody. B got rid of it. How did he get rid of the third middle class? Clearly Trump. See all day. Yeah, but there's a lot of people that come in here and say that shit. King Trump, Daddy Trump. Wow. Okay, I go for that too. All of them horrific. What's up? Phoenix, what's up with you? Only hope it's in prayer. Hit that like, y'all. Smash that like. Phoenix, what's up, man? Who you think was the worst president right there? Man, stop with that black this and black that. Because you see a black man talking. If a black man went up here, if I had a redneck bandana around my neck drinking a PBR, you would have been saying, he's going into the rednecks. Come on, man. I'm American, dude. So if they hurting or helping, whatever they doing to Americans, they're doing it to me. No matter what color I am, dude. You say A, B, and C. What's up, Mike Young? Biden. It was the worst. Sleepy ass Joe. Right. Charlie, what's going on at work tomorrow? They're doing some layoffs. Your ass always on the BMC running. You're busy. Oh, no, that's Johan. Johan, what they doing tomorrow? Matter of fact, y'all 9 hours ahead of me, right? It's 2 o'clock in the morning, Johan. What was her best interest, First Speak? Biden, you said Biden ain't deserve to be president. I feel you. How you been doing, Phoenix? Guten Nacht. Island. Okay, that's what it is. Guten Island. That's what it is, family. Shout out all my international supporters that come through here and show that super support. Moral words of the Kaiser Wilhelm. Behind Z. All right, yo, holla at you, baby. Behind Z. Or what's the German dude? What's the dude that used to be a Hogan hero? Schultz. I see nothing. I see nothing. All right, family. Salute for coming through, my G. Been chilling, man. I've been chilling, John. You know how they do. They, you know what I mean? The BNC, they'll block me out for a little bit if I don't play ball. I'm doing good. Injections next week, Wednesday, and should be ready to exercise daily, shed some weight. And you know what? I want you to check out King Fire. He's an older gentleman that's in shape, and he got a lot of different things that can help you with your diet. And, you know, I don't think you need to be lifting weights too heavy in them, but calisthenics and stuff like that, too. So make sure y'all check out King Fire. Night Block dropping his link, too. Chilling, fam, making the most of what it is, you know. Still trying to get everything stabilized over here. I'm a technician in a food packaging factory. I make the setup for the machines. So AI can take your job. You better get to work. Next thing they're gonna bring an AI to make the setup. And then what? You know what I'm saying? Chilling though, family. But thanks for always coming through though, Johan. That's what it is, my G. Oh yeah, and what part of Philly, Kelly? With your wild ass? What part of Philly you in? You in North Philly? South Philly? Where? Germantown? West Oak Lane? Where? You cross the street from Richard Island Projects? What? Where you at in Philly, homie? You said Trump is the worst president, Karen Craig. Renee says, since Biden was not there mentally, or even there physically, I would definitely have to say Obama, after he was helping Biden's wife run the country into the ground. I go for it. And I think shit like that happened because, you know, what's that guy that just died and they put his sister in charge? Like, what the fuck? Is she a politician? What is she doing? What is one of these politicians, old politicians, just died, and now his sister is taking over his seat? Nah, hell no. You said Trump is the worst president. Shit. Don't tell AI what they can't do. And when they do that shit, then you're going to be mad with them. Don't tell AI what they can't do. Tell AI what they can't do. Okay, South Philly. Okay. Closer to Germantown. Sleepy Joe Biden is the worst. Y'all terrible on that Joe Biden, on that boy. Other than that, as Americans, what y'all got going on today, family? What y'all got going on? Deny, Father. Your main job is killing rats in the basement. Wow, sucks to be you. Sucks to be you, Charlie. So who do you work for? The Pied Piper? Nope. These factories are becoming automated. Y'all remember when Trump first came in, the people on the docks was beefing. The stevedores. The stevedores was saying that their jobs was going to the AI. One of their jobs was going to AI. So nah, they ain't gonna always need you now. That's what you got to realize. You are expendable. Just as sure as they got robot police and all that shit now. Forensics says the only thing Biden did wrong was prolong getting rid of Trump. January 2025 could have been the end of Trump. Right. Biden did his job. His job was to stay low, and let the diplomats do what they do. He was the head diplomat, okay? Biden did his job. He wasn't supposed to do nothing but for whoever was lobbyists for him. You know what I'm saying? Okay, you part owning the bar, okay? If you want to, what's the name of the bar? You got any videos on your page, Charlie? What's the name of the bar? Charlie Kelly's. Yep, the population is super divided, fam. The population is super divisiinoso. All of them don't report in that, Yahoo. You sound like Hitler. You sound like Hitler, dude. Smash that like, y'all. A, B, C, or D, man. Worst U.S. president. A shout out to people over at Windy City. Deep dish out the wazoo over there. Windy City on Kingsville. One of those. Chilling, my G. What's up with you, John? I know how many he destroyed. I'm chilling, my G. I don't know about him creating no jobs, but. And John, what's up with you, man? Everything good? I see the temperature falling. It went from 100 degrees to 70. Just like that. Like, for real? Yeah. Right, what's that about? And the cable company that I've been dealing with for like 14 years, they just got bought out. Like, there's a lot of shit going on. Now, why is they in the dark? Do y'all think it's because of the data centers that they're in the dark? Data centers coming in fucking up the grid. Remember there was somebody was going at the grid? What the fuck is going on? What's going on, man? Smash that like, everybody. What's going on with y'all? What's going on with the world? Even like with the Social Security card, the most important card to you, they give it to you on like a piece of cardboard. They give it to you in the most fragile state. Most important card to you, they give it to you like it's a goddamn game, like it's a game. The strong winds. See what I'm saying? Don't that sound crazy? I thought a lot of this shit was built off of fiber optic shit underground. Thank you, John. DV for the millie. D for the millie. What's up, Jay? Superior, what's going on? You said poor Biden. Shit, how much Biden work? Did he? I know his son got a couple of goddamn M's. How much Joe Biden makes since he's been a politician? Made any bread? You'll never can tell about Joe Biden money because he's from the banking state. This shit hidden offshore somewhere. Serena, what's going on with you? The Blue Baron, I like that. Too many red barons out here. Blue Baron, do you serve up Tombstone Pizza, Pierre? I know you ain't serving up Red Baron on them. Shout out everybody that's participating, man, and coming through as Americans, man. We ain't got to be arguing back and forth, man. It's simple math. If it ain't adding up, it ain't adding up. Sam, why you say B? Why you say B, Sam? You in New Jersey? I'm up the street. I'm on the East Coast. I'm up the street, family. You in Jersey, Jersey? Or you in Jersey? Somewhere putting Prel in your hair. What part of Jersey you in? You in Jersey, Jersey? Or you in Jersey? You in Camden, Jersey? Passaic, you know what I mean? Gunshots on my block, you must be crazy. Or you in Jersey? Two different jerseys now. I got to get some support up. You know what I mean? I need some lobbyists. When y'all gonna get behind me? You know what I mean? Or Willisboro. Okay. How far is Willisboro from Elizabeth or even what's the naval base? Okay. Diaper Dawn says Peppy. You all alone. Damn, y'all. Donald Trump. Okay. So you in Jersey. Okay. You closer to being either in New York or Pennsylvania, man. Bambo, what's up with you? Fam Beezy. Got Sassy Beezy here, Fam Beezy, Godfather somewhere. Cameron Lammer. Forensics, know what I mean? Article War, know what I mean? Accountant, know what I mean? War arbitration, forensics, war arbitration accountant. Fam, what you got going on today, family? Okay, yeah, you more Philadelphia. So you close to Camden? You say Biden and Obama was the absolute worst. Listen, that's what it is. Biden ain't had no human brain. Shout out everybody coming through, man. What's up with it? Eagle flies on Friday now. Make sure y'all get over there so y'all respect them. Community. All right, Serena. That's what it is. Make sure you turn on the notifications so when we have these conversations, we'll be back, though. That's what it is. Bush Jr. Wow. Y'all done brought Bush Jr. into the group. Yo, shit. You barbecuing lamb chops, beef ribs, lamb burgers, something. Shit. That's heavy duty right there. Right, but remember, Trump. I think Trump was saying that to justify what he about to do. He gonna say he lost 4 years, but now he gonna take 4 years when it pop off when he in 2028. I lost 4 years. I told y'all that. Now I need 4 years. Know what I'm saying? That's how that shit works. Big bank tank, little bank. That shit might pop off, y'all. Setting us up for the supreme excuse of why he did what he did. Shout out everybody coming through, man. What y'all think? A lot of y'all say Trump. I'm gonna say Trump too. Trump is someone, and he's still doing shit. That's the thing about it. And the one thing is when he said that he didn't care about black people's or white people's or Chinese people, just Americans' pain or what we going through, having to suffer through all this stuff. Victor, how was Obama trying to destroy America, shall we say? Victor. Your last name would happen to be Von Doom, would it? Yeah, Victor Von Doom. Shout out everybody coming through, man. What's y'all opinion? And what's your opinion on having to pay some of that 40 trillion debt, man? Chillin' Bart, what's up with you? Who's a Muslim? Chillin' Bart, what's up with you, fam? Remember Trump once said, I could shoot some. I remember Trump off the chain, John. Trump said a lot of little off goddamn shit that people went for. Why you say Woodrow Wilson was the worst president? Right. Why should he do that? Why? Who lies about where he's from? Who? He's not a fucking Muslim, and he's not from no other country, man. Cut it the bullshit out. You know, dude, your history is talking that folklore shit, Victor. No, man. No. I know who you was talking about I mean. Shit, I'm trying to get rich. And if I use it as a slower. Yes, he did. He funded the proxy war on the NATO side of Ukraine. He funded that whole proxy war. It's our propaganda. Word. Damn. Right. With all that money, shit, what Gavin Newsom do? I'll vote for Gavin Newsom. He seems slimy like Trump and them. You know what I mean? The person that's going to become the president got to be slimy, man. It's only slimy works for America. All right. Now, I agree with that. You know what I mean? Yeah, for the pandemic, he's terrible. I think Mitch came back around, didn't he? Shit, similarly, Trump done buried us. Y'all know by the time Trump got back in office, his shit done doubled. He was around 20 trillion when he got back. By the time he got back in office, his shit done doubled. And each one of y'all owe a certain percentage, man. Each one of y'all owe a certain percentage on this shit, man.
The U.S. government's debt has crossed $40 trillion for the first time, marking a level that has more than doubled in less than a decade. But the significance is not only the size of the number. The faster the debt grows, the more the government must spend simply to finance what it already owes, putting pressure on interest rates, the federal budget, and the broader economy. To the U.S. Treasury, total federal debt reached $40.047 trillion on Tuesday. A decade ago, the figure was about $19.4 trillion. The latest monthly figures show the pressure is continuing. the federal government recorded a $432.3 billion deficit in July, the highest monthly deficit since March 2021. During the first 10 months of fiscal year 2026, the deficit has already exceeded the entire shortfall recorded during fiscal 2025. The political argument over responsibility is complicated by the numbers. Reuters reports that U.S. debt increased by $8.4 trillion during Joe Biden's 4-year presidency and by $11.6 trillion across Donald Trump's 2 terms, including his current presidency. A significant portion of the increase came during the COVID-19 response under both administrations, but the longer-term imbalance goes beyond the pandemic, with tax revenues failing to keep pace with spending on major programs and debt servicing. According to Reuters, about 60% of federal spending goes toward mandatory programs, including Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Care. At the same time, interest costs are becoming a larger budget burden. Interest payments have approached $1.2 trillion this year. During the first 10 months of fiscal 2026, interest costs exceeded Medicare spending and became the second largest federal budget line item behind Social Security. And that pressure is increasingly visible in financial markets. Long-term Treasury yields have risen sharply, with investors demanding more compensation to hold U.S. government debt. That matters beyond Washington. Higher Treasury yields can translate into higher borrowing costs for mortgages, car loans, and commercial credit. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent responded Wednesday by announcing that the department would double the size of some debt buyback operations, targeting at least $4 billion per operation for 10 to 30-year treasuries. President Trump, meanwhile, has continued to call for lower interest rates, saying Americans should not be concerned about current bond market volatility. But the central tension remains. The government wants lower borrowing costs, while the size of the debt and the cost of servicing it continues to rise. The $40 trillion threshold is ultimately a measure of accumulated choices: pandemic spending, tax policy, mandatory programs, and the growing cost of borrowing. The immediate question is not simply whether the United States can carry $40 trillion in debt. The U.S. government's debt has crossed.
So what's the question? Because it cuts off right there. What y'all think the question is? How they gonna pay for it? And it's gonna be with us. Everything is about to go up. They're gonna have tax on everything now. I'm telling you, they're gonna do so much that they're gonna push the American people into the arms of democratic socialism. We're gonna become democratic socialists by default. By default, fam. Millionaires to be holding. You better bet it. Billionaires get the big piece of chicken every time. What's ESOP? What is that? So why don't I work for ESOP? Break that down. Like J Man in Chicago say, I don't understand that. What is ESOP, somebody? C. You say C, Biden. A lot of people said Biden today was crazy. So would y'all say Biden or Trump? Which one? Biden or Trump, y'all? That might be a good question to ask, Biden or Trump. D, Donald Trump. Okay. Alan Nasir. Why do I want to be an employee own business? I'm a boss. I employ people already. I mean, I ain't no ESOP. And now I see what you said. Nah, I ain't. That's some communist shit. I'm not an employee. I'm a boss. Rap, what's going on? So you retire comfortably and happily, Sasimo. You can kick your feet up. You drink a Long Island iced tea if you want to. You say A was America's somewhat decent president. Okay, mister, can you name 3 things that you appreciate about Bill Clinton when he was president? And it's not to debate you, just to see where you're at as an American in your opinion, because you greatly appreciate it. Right. We've been paying in the system for years, family. But what about us, though, Bart? You can always count on him to take care of himself, but what about us? That's crazy. You can count on it. Right, and that's how it is, especially if you train in the arts of war. Out of chaos comes opportunity. You know what I mean? Okay. Well, that's what's going to happen if the Democratic Socialists get a foothold. See what Joe Biden do, Ice Ice. What Joe do? A lot of y'all say Joe Biden. What the hell? What Joe do? What he do, son? But earlier when you said, Saxon, when you said, remember when Trump said use bleach for the pandemic? Who the fuck told him to say that wild shit, man? And then look, this right here. Why nobody ain't talking about this? You say Obama couldn't then balance the budget. It was an accounting trick. Wow. Donald J. Trump did it. Why ain't nobody saying nothing about this? What y'all feel about what Trump's saying on this speech right here? What give me y'all opinion on this.
So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have a country. Really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's I'm not. I'll never apologize. I did the right thing. But you could, if you didn't have, you'd be at. I mean, I had it down to below $2 in many states, but in California you can't include because they keep taxing. You lower the oil price and they end up taxing you more than what you lower it. But you just have to remember that what we're doing is a great service for the world, not only for ourselves, for the world, and we're really doing a great job. So I just say this. So
remember Trump said he like inflation. That's some wild shit. Right. Wishing them, man. I fuck with them old mustaches because, okay, they did their thing. They stole money just like the rest of them, but they let you go get some subsidies. They didn't get in the way of anything. And that's my main problem with the socialists. What the hell are they going to do when they use all this money? And then they say, if you're rich, that's where they're going to get the money from the rich. What happens when you become rich? They're going to use your motherfucking money too. So now you don't strive to be rich. You strive to be one of the people. And the middle class going away anyway. AI taking everybody's jobs. Right, they got to placate their peers. That's they got to placate their peers. Here you guys go. You can buy more mint juleps and golf carts with it. All of them do though. Right, and now it's so many options besides the dollar. It's so many different options and variants right now besides the dollar. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? They already looted our piggy bank and they gave it to what's his face? Elon Musk. That's how he got the 4 trillion for those 4 days that he had it. With a trillion. Look, they put everybody 401k up against him in that space stuff. You say Donald Trump can, that's what it is. No money must be a store of value. That's why using debt is not money. A dime is worth its weight, but a dollar isn't. Ain't that crazy? But what they were saying that a penny was worth way more than a penny. The penny was, they said it cost them 5 cents to make a penny. What y'all think is 106 y'all in here, man? Double tap the stream, share me out, cut the notification on so you can know we have these dope competitions as Americans. You know what I'm saying? Fuck with us. So, I mean, what y'all think, man? US that is at 4 trillion. How much do you owe? Y'all know, as Americans, y'all owe some of that money too. Man, debt has always been. What about this here, y'all? What do China? Because half of this, that's not even all of it. The majority of this money is owed to China, the one of those foreign countries. What happens when the people want their money, man? What happens when the people want their bread, cuz? One of Barry Gordy's child friends was supposed to go into business with him, but joined the military instead. He looked Barry up when he got out, and Motown was up and running. Barry asked, "What?" What y'all think about this shit here? 40 trillion. Who gonna pay this? Smash that like, y'all. Trump is the worst president in history. Right. I don't want to be rich. I just want all the trappings. I get you. That shit's dope. What about this national debt, y'all? They're coming to get it. I'm telling you, folks. Right, if they tell you this shit is triple, if they tell you this what it is, it's triple, fam. Man, in so many words, they just told you that they got to borrow money to even pay the fucking primary. They got to borrow money to pay the VIG. So sooner or later, the mob gonna come and break their legs. See, you know what I mean? A lot of y'all not understanding. They saying they got to borrow money to even pay the VIG on the 40 trillion. But you know what? When you see everything starting to go up, then you'll realize what's really going on. They don't mean they in debt. They mean we in debt. You know what I'm saying? Right. And then if they can't get none of the interest or percentage off of people doing business with the dollar, because a lot of people ain't doing business with the dollar no more. Trump, okay, when he was in power the first time, it was at like 20 something. Now it's at 40 something. But you got to take into consideration in between him, he had Obama and Biden, so they added their little 1-2s to it too. Exporting debt makes the dollar stronger. No, it doesn't. It gives other people interest in what's going on in America. When you export debt, no, it gives other people interest. That's how Elon Musk took over Tesla. He didn't invent Tesla. He didn't create the company of Tesla. He had more stock in Tesla. He had the most stock. When you outsource even your economy, you back your economy by somebody else, one day they're gonna come a knocking. Is you can look at it how China is doing these African countries. They'll pay for their infrastructure, the train, they'll pay for the airport, they'll pay for the port. But then when these countries can't make the money to pay them back for the interest on the loan, they default and they take over the people's country. I mean, the new colonizers, China and Russia, yep. They're new colonizers. Why should we demand that debt be paid and we know they ain't got the money? That's like, you know what I'm saying? Nah, if you ain't got the money. And if America can't pay what you're going to do, you'll see. Yeah, you got to stop thinking like that. And especially with this tangly twisted that they got with Iran going on right now, you got to stop thinking like that, because now with Iran standing up to America, all of these countries are looking like shit. If they come over here, this is what I'm gonna do. I mean, you know how when the bully beat y'all up in the neighborhood and shop talk y'all how why he ain't around and he come and smack everybody up. That's what's going on right now. Well, Canada's economy is growing, and anybody else that picked up, well, the United States dropped the ball at. You know, the United States left a lot of geopolitical and international import and export on the table when Donald Trump came in and made a lot of these people that was our allies, our enemies. But in a way, it's like, well, he should be saving a lot of money, because if we was giving all this money to these people now, we ain't fucking with them. Where's the money? But Donald Trump is on TV laughing, talking about he just made $1 billion to open a crypto bank. And if anybody that supported MAGA, in my opinion, if you supported MAGA, all your bills should be paid. Because he got paid. You bet on the winning horse, right? America does not have the money, dog. We ain't got no assets, but the assets we need to keep us afloat, like our ports, our military bases. We don't even own the oligarchs business. They can take their business to China if they want to. I ain't watching no hidden section of money, dude. I talk that money shit. I am the BMC. Fuck, I need to watch that. I am the hidden secret of money. Nah, the hidden secret is it don't really exist. You believe in it because they tell you to believe in it. Just like you go keep buying a bunch of Jordans because you think that's what it is. Man, I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot of these countries can do. A lot of time, it's bad motherfucking karma and feng shui to go ahead and keep doing a bunch of fighting. You can't eat it if you go into war. That's why they don't jump on America. And plus, I mean, yeah, the more control than they already have. See, a lot of people think war is just waged with bullets and missiles. War is economic warfare. China has bested America with their economic warfare. They got more commercial ships going back and forth with them boxes doing commerce on the water, and they got more ports that they opening up with that Silk Road initiative. See, China, somebody got to ship out that Temu shit, and that's China. That's why they wanted TikTok algorithm, because then they can control China by way of how, because you know, that's all y'all do is get on TikTok and buy a bunch of shit, which ain't no problem. I mean, it's the algorithm. That's what they'll advertise. That's what they'll. I mean, a lot of people going to school on TikTok right now. Motherfuckers getting a master's degree. What college did you go to? On TikTok, huh? Yeah, someone coming out of it. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. That's why the United States wanted the TikTok algorithm, because it's a powerful, I mean, promotional tool, and to get in touch with people that say that the Republicans get a hold of TikTok and throw a bunch of commercials up there. Now everybody voting Republican. Right, it won't. It's still for that class, Sassy Mo. It's still for them. Sure it is. And look at you trying to tell me my understanding of money. Sure we do. You've been saying that all day. You wanted some attention. There you go. Explain it further. What do we do with money now? America need to start saving other countries. Yep, Fambo. Captain save a whole ass America. I ain't talking to you either, mister. Smash that like, man. You better get your money up and get your $117,000 to pay that part of that national debt that you owe. You see that shit? Every American, whether you're working or not, whether you're a baby, you owe $117,000. Today, $4 trillion. What? See what I'm saying? The government is some shit. That's for real. I'll go for that. 86 of y'all in here right now, man. Double tap the screen, share me out, get over there, get you a BNC investor, turn on the notification bell before they come through and make all y'all communists. Somebody give me some feedback on that. Who you think out of these 4 dudes was the worst president? Was it Bill Clinton, Barack Hussein Obama, Joseph, get up, Joe, and fight Biden, or Donald, the rug on his head, Trump? Right, the dollar's worth like 30 cents, to be honest. The dollar is not as strong as it used to be. The dollar used to be one of the strongest forms of currency on the planet. Now the dollar is look like an enemy, like you're using Star Wars, you're using Darth Vader and the money. It's looking funny at the Creature Cantina. Nobody even want to deal with America no more. I like to look at our tourism, how much tourism fell off since Donald Trump got in office. People just like, oh man. But whatever was up with the kid, Mitch McConnell, what's up with him really, y'all? Because that whole thing, they might have cloned his ass. They might have cloned his old ass. Because what happened to him? He fell off. He came back looking slim. Fucking got a BBL. Somebody tell me something. What happened to Mitch McConnell, man? What's up with him? That you ain't got a BBL, didn't he? Obama. Why did Obama do everything to kill America? Wow, so every other president, they made a mistake when they killed Americans. Obama killed Americans on purpose. You know, like the Joe Biden hologram. Right. And that's definitely right, for instance. Obama shook a lot of them up, man. Obama shook a lot of these people up, man. That's why Donald Trump is the president. I don't want to hear about every country, family. This is America. I want to hear what's up with America, dude. No, every country, motherfuckers, they gonna talk, because that's where they from. What y'all Americans think, man? It's crazy. Fanboy, what's going on in Texas? Charlie Kelly, put you on whippets. Got to be. Donald Trump is from the UK. I'll go for it, Ernest, if you do. Trump is Krasnov. They said that when he got infiltrated by the KGB or the what's the other one, the FSA. D for dumbass, says Red Titty. What's up with you? Back in the days, the American dollar had to be the biggest money. Nowadays, it's cheaper than money. Right. Remember, you could get a lot for the dollar. Let's look at how much you can get for the dollar. Now the dollar is tax or a tip. Back then, you could get a soda, a candy bar, and a bag of chips, and some fucking down babies for the dollar. Now, the dollar is a tip. Give a motherfucker $1, he'll pin that shit to his shirt. Damn, it's 104 in Abilene. It got a little chill here, 77 now. No other country matters except America. Okay, tell that to Russia. Tell that to China. Tell that to Japan. But I believe it, though. I'm with you with it. Trump definitely is a warmonger, Ernest. He's definitely a warmonger now. Definitely. Yeah, Trump, he a little spy. He's something. I can't put my finger on it, man. But I know he working with them people, like as with the military, or he a goddamn spy. Either the Joint Chiefs of Staff are running the country, and they hired him to be the face of the military. We finally been under martial law, and we don't even know it, or he one of them Russians, because he has become Asiatic in his thinking. You notice he's doing a lot of deals with people in Asia now. He's friendly with Xi Jinping. He told South Korea no more riding a free ticket. And now he wants to hang out with the Korean guy. All of this stuff you got to take in, consideration. As Donald Trump ain't got but 2 more years left. What's he setting up America for? What kind of deals will he be sending us to be controlled by China? Did he get compromised when he went to China? Because he came back full of zeal for the Asian. Right, they tell you what to think. Yep. Now you're talking family. They tell you that you're in America. And then you ask them, well, who's America named after? That's so obscure. They cannot tell you who the fuck America's named after. Who is America named after, y'all? Somebody tell me, please. Please. What Jules Santana say, please. Call my broad. Have a sent up, please. Somebody tell me that shit, man. Who's American name out there? Give me that story of Americo Vespucci and all that. That's a bunch of. He was a map. Everybody say Americo Vespucci. He was in Florida. No, he was not. Americo Vespucci was. He drew maps. Obama is not from no stinking ass Liverpool. England stinks, man. Not no disrespect to the English folks, but that shit stink though. Obama is not from no lousy ass Liverpool, man. That's the Beatles, ain't the Beatles from Liverpool? Hey Jude, that bullshit, man. Obama from Hawaii and Chicago. That's what his shit say. That's what I'm going with. Hey Joe, where you going now with that gun in your hand? Yeah, hugged up with China. Hugged up, fleazied up. I think they done compromised them. John says Trump is looking out for himself, only to get years. Yeah. You see Trump China just, he was over there like, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. He came back with some phones though. He did come back with some phones. Yo, dude, you about to have a conversation with yourself, fam. Nah, dog, not here, family. You can't run the show here. This ain't that, homie. Shout out everybody coming through, man. Ice. Wow, y'all can say some shit about Trump. Yup, he a game show host. But that's my favorite show, though. It was when it was popping. When it was out, I used to watch it. I was a fan of The Apprentice. Everybody loved him up until, you know what I'm saying? Up until. C. Why you say C? Why you say Joe Biden? What Joe do, man? What Joe do? It was my favorite when it was popping, though, to keep it real. I did like that Prince on my shit. Fire. I used to say that shit all the time. I said it so much, I wear it out. I wore it out. I don't even say that shit no more. I used to say you're fired all the time. Trump is just management. Yup. Following orders. Yup. Because he's not CNB Randy. What's up with you, Randy? Because he's not the most powerful person on the planet. He's the most powerful mouthpiece. Somebody telling him what to say. She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. Well, and it's just like now with him in office. Whatever he's doing now is going to push Americans into the arms of the Democratic Socialists. I see it coming. They'll be able to fight because they have we have amassed a war chest, just being on the side of the Democrats, learning everything. Until now, it's time to take. I bet you it's a move. That's what happens. Natalie Harp, is that the one they call his diaper nurse? Trump's because it was Fauci's fault. Said, well, you know they're gonna pass the buck, Charlie Kelly. They're all complacent. Every last one of them. Fauci said if he'd have turned out to be Dr. Doom his damn self. Dr. Doom ass motherfuckers, man. That robot went up too. That shit was 40,000. Now that shit got there going. God damn. That robot was 40,000 at one time. Now it's 45. That joint went up $5,000. And that's crazy. What's going on, Lala? What's up with you? How you been? Donald Trump. Aaron, what's up with you, Aaron? Somebody give me 3 reasons why y'all say Donald Trump. Y'all better get, and that robot is on Alibaba Express too. I'll just wait till Temu starts selling them. Which one? Who, Forensic? Who you talking about, Charlie Kelly? And guess what, Charlie? I'm a boss. I don't work for you. If you can't get there going, stand the heat, get out the fire. If you talking about forensics, that's official BMC right there. Charlie, you should be, I mean, yeah, she is unhinged. she jumped into the trunk of Trump's SUV because there was no room in the car, so she could go with him to court. I heard that, Sassy. You be on everything. It said she rode in the trunk of that shit. Okay, right. So now you can chill, la. That's what it is. High and moistured up on it, son. That's what it is. Feeling good. I want to know who pays for Trump court fee. Pat money or tap. Man, Trump got a couple of billion, fam. He paid John. Trump paying with the interest off of his billions, man. A lot of lawyers probably do it pro bono. Y'all doing all that fussing in the chat. You're gonna be saving your money up to pay that $117,000 that they say each one of us as Americans owe. Y'all think that's true? Y'all think them numbers are made up for it? Let's say we owe some bread. Tariffs, Doge suck. Tariff suck. Campaign, what campaign promises? He suck at all that shit, fam. We're not going to destroy Fauci's reputation to save Trump. Someone must remember what life was like during the AIDS pandemic was crazy. In the 80s, they was knocking off all the I would say upper middle class rich white boys. All the ones that was they was cleaning up New York, in my opinion. They was cleaning up New York, the village people. You know, Melania had to pop back up for her damage control for that Natalie Hart get their love letters to Trump. Oh my God. Melania been chilling. Right, well, if you in America, you got money problems. They coming to get it. What happens when them folk come and get that money, man? What y'all gonna do? So would you say Fauci was a hero? Whatever happened to those scientists that got missing? Anybody ever come up with a solution on where those guys went? Bunch of scientists that got missing a while back. Who did? Fauci. What 10 billion? Was the test? What do y'all agree on the test? Should the test have been given? Man, Trump also put a couple of people in power in the military, and now this time around he gave them their walking papers. The same people that he put in power. You know how Trump do it? He diabolical, right? His mind changed, depending on who got their hand in his back. Who y'all think was the worst president? A, B, C, or D, man? Trump went to North Korea today. Well, Trump crossed the Korean dudes. But on whose side of things? Because 10 billion. Wow. I'm just tripping on how Trump is aligning himself with Asia, and nobody seems to see that. We're gonna be all speaking Mandarin. It's gonna be too late. Salute, Lala, just dropped them jewels on us. That's what it is, family. Dropping them jewels on us.
The U.S. government's debt has crossed $40 trillion for the first time, marking a level that has more than doubled in less than a decade. But the significance is not only the size of the number. The faster the debt grows, the more the government must spend simply to finance what it already owes, putting pressure on interest rates, the federal budget, and the broader economy. To the U.S. Treasury, total federal debt reached $40.047 trillion on Tuesday. A decade ago, the figure was about $19.4 trillion. The latest monthly figures show the pressure is continuing. The federal government recorded a $432.3 billion deficit in July, the highest monthly deficit since March 2021. During the first 10 months of fiscal year 2026, the deficit has already exceeded the entire shortfall recorded during fiscal 2025. The political argument over responsibility is complicated by the numbers. Reuters reports that U.S. debt increased by $8.4 trillion during Joe Biden's 4-year presidency and by $11.6 trillion across Donald Trump's 2 terms, including his current presidency. A significant portion of the increase came during the COVID-19 response under both administrations, but the longer-term imbalance goes beyond the pandemic, with tax revenues failing to keep pace with spending on major programs and debt servicing. According to Reuters, about 60% of federal spending goes toward mandatory programs, including Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Care. At the same time, interest costs are becoming a larger budget burden. Interest payments have approached $1.2 trillion this year. During the first 10 months of fiscal 2026, interest costs exceeded Medicare spending and became the second largest federal budget line item behind Social Security. And that pressure is increasingly visible in financial markets. Long-term Treasury yields have risen sharply, with investors demanding more compensation to hold U.S. government debt. That matters beyond Washington. Higher Treasury yields can translate into higher borrowing costs for mortgages, car loans, and commercial credit. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent responded Wednesday by announcing that the department would double the size of some debt buyback operations, targeting at least $4 billion per operation for 10 to 30-year treasuries. President Trump, meanwhile, has continued to call for lower interest rates, saying Americans should not be concerned about current bond market volatility. But the central tension remains. The government wants lower borrowing costs, while the size of the debt and the cost of servicing it continues to rise. The $40 trillion threshold is ultimately a measure of accumulated choices: pandemic spending, tax policy, mandatory programs, and the growing cost of borrowing. The immediate question is not simply whether the United States can carry $40 trillion in debt. The U.S. government's debt has crossed $40 trillion for the first time, marking a level that has more than doubled in less than a decade. But the significance is not only the size of the number. The faster the debt grows, the more the government must spend simply to finance what it already owes, putting pressure on interest rates, the federal budget, and the broader economy. To the U.S. Treasury, total federal debt reached $40.047 trillion on Tuesday. A decade ago, the figure was about $19.4 trillion. The latest monthly figures show the pressure is continuing. The federal government recorded a $432.3 billion deficit in July, the highest monthly deficit since March 2021. During the first 10 months of fiscal year 2026, the deficit has already exceeded the entire shortfall recorded during fiscal 2025. The political argument over responsibility is complicated by the numbers. Reuters reports that U.S. debt increased by $8.4 trillion during Joe Biden's 4-year presidency and by $11.6 trillion across Donald Trump's 2 terms, including his current presidency. A significant portion of the increase came during the COVID-19 response under both administrations, but the longer-term imbalance goes beyond the pandemic, with tax revenues failing to keep pace with spending on major programs and debt servicing. According to Reuters, about 60% of federal spending goes toward mandatory programs, including Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Care. At the same time, interest costs are becoming a larger budget burden. Interest payments have approached $1.2 trillion this year. During the first 10 months of fiscal 2026, interest costs exceeded Medicare spending and became the second largest federal budget line item behind Social Security. And that pressure is increasingly visible in financial markets. Long-term Treasury yields have risen sharply, with investors demanding more compensation to hold U.S. government debt. That matters beyond Washington. Higher Treasury yields can translate into higher borrowing costs for mortgages, car loans, and commercial credit. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent responded Wednesday by announcing that the department would double the size of some debt buyback operations, targeting at least $4 billion per operation for 10 to 30-year treasuries. President Trump, meanwhile, has continued to call for lower interest rates, saying Americans should not be concerned about current bond market volatility. But the central tension remains. The government wants lower borrowing costs, while the size of the debt and the cost of servicing it continues to rise. The $40 trillion threshold is ultimately a measure of accumulated choices: pandemic spending, tax policy, mandatory programs, and the growing cost of borrowing. The immediate question is not simply whether the United States can carry $40 trillion in debt. The U.S. government's debt has crossed $40 trillion for the first time, marking a level that has more than doubled in less than a decade. But the significance is not only the size of the number. The faster the debt grows, the more the government must spend simply to finance what it already owes, putting pressure on interest rates, the federal budget, and the broader economy. To the U.S. Treasury, total federal debt reached $40.047 trillion on Tuesday. A decade ago, the figure was about $19.4 trillion. The latest monthly figures show the pressure is continuing. The federal government recorded a $432.3 billion deficit in July, the highest monthly deficit since March 2021. During the first 10 months of fiscal year 2026, the deficit has already exceeded the entire shortfall recorded during fiscal 2025. The political argument over responsibility is complicated by the numbers. Reuters reports that U.S. debt increased by $8.4 trillion during Joe Biden's 4-year presidency and by $11.6 trillion across Donald Trump's 2 terms, including his current presidency. A significant portion of the increase came during the COVID-19 response under both administrations, but the longer-term imbalance goes beyond the pandemic, with tax revenues failing to keep pace with spending on major programs and debt servicing. According to Reuters, about 60% of federal spending goes toward mandatory programs, including Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Care. At the same time, interest costs are becoming a larger budget burden. Interest payments have approached $1.2 trillion this year. During the first 10 months of fiscal 2026, interest costs exceeded Medicare spending and became the second largest federal budget line item behind Social Security. And that pressure is increasingly visible in financial markets. Long-term Treasury yields have risen sharply, with investors demanding more compensation to hold U.S. government debt. That matters beyond Washington. Higher Treasury yields can translate into higher borrowing costs for mortgages, car loans, and commercial credit. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent responded Wednesday by announcing that the department would double the size of some debt buyback operations, targeting at least $4 billion per operation for 10 to 30-year treasuries. President Trump, meanwhile, has continued to call for lower interest rates, saying Americans should not be concerned about current bond market volatility. But the central tension remains. The government wants lower borrowing costs, while the size of the debt and the cost of servicing it continues to rise. The $40 trillion threshold is ultimately a measure of accumulated choices: pandemic spending, tax policy, mandatory programs, and the growing cost of borrowing. The immediate question is not simply whether the United States can carry $40 trillion in debt. The U.S. government's debt has crossed $40 trillion for the first time, marking a level that has more than doubled in less than a decade. But the significance is not only the size of the number. The faster the debt grows, the more the government must spend simply to finance what it already owes, putting pressure on interest rates, the federal budget, and the broader economy. To the U.S. Treasury, total federal debt reached $40.047 trillion on Tuesday. A decade ago, the figure was about $19.4 trillion. The latest monthly figures show the pressure is continuing. The federal government recorded a $432.3 billion deficit in July, the highest monthly deficit since March 2021. During the first 10 months of fiscal year 2026, the deficit has already exceeded the entire shortfall recorded during fiscal 2025. The political argument over responsibility is complicated by the numbers. Reuters reports that U.S. debt increased by $8.4 trillion during Joe Biden's 4-year presidency and by $11.6 trillion across Donald Trump's 2 terms, including his current presidency. A significant portion of the increase came during the COVID-19 response under both administrations, but the longer-term imbalance goes beyond the pandemic, with tax revenues failing to keep pace with spending on major programs and debt servicing. According to Reuters, about 60% of federal spending goes toward mandatory programs, including Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Care. At the same time, interest costs are becoming a larger budget burden. Interest payments have approached $1.2 trillion this year. During the first 10 months of fiscal 2026, interest costs exceeded Medicare spending and became the second largest federal budget line item behind Social Security. And that pressure is increasingly visible in financial markets. Long-term Treasury yields have risen sharply, with investors demanding more compensation to hold U.S. government debt. That matters beyond Washington. Higher Treasury yields can translate into higher borrowing costs for mortgages, car loans, and commercial credit. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent responded Wednesday by announcing that the department would double the size of some debt buyback operations, targeting at least $4 billion per operation for 10 to 30-year treasuries. President Trump, meanwhile, has continued to call for lower interest rates, saying Americans should not be concerned about current bond market volatility. But the central tension remains. The government wants lower borrowing costs, while the size of the debt and the cost of servicing it continues to rise. The $40 trillion threshold is ultimately a measure of accumulated choices: pandemic spending, tax policy, mandatory programs, and the growing cost of borrowing.
So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have a country. Really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's I'll never apologize. I did the right thing. But you could, if you didn't have, you'd be at, I had it down to below $2 in many states, but in California you can't include because they keep taxing. You lower the oil price and they end up taxing you more than what you lower it. But you just have to remember that what we're doing is a great service for the world, not only for ourselves, for the world, and we're really doing a great job. So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have a country. Really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I'll never apologize. I did the right thing. But you could, if you didn't have, you'd be at, I had it down to below $2 in many states, but in California you can't include because they keep taxing. You lower the oil price and they end up taxing you more than what you lower it. But you just have to remember that what we're doing is a great service for the world, not only for ourselves, for the world, and we're really doing a great job. So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have, a country really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's, I'll never apologize. I did the right thing. But you could, you know, if you didn't have, you'd be at, I mean, I had it down to below $2 in many states, but in California you can't include because they keep taxing. You lower the oil price and they end up taxing you more than what you lower it. But you just have to remember that what we're doing is a great service for the world, not only for ourselves, for the world, and we're really doing a great job. So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have, a country really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's, I'll never apologize. I did the right thing. But you could, you know, if you didn't have, you'd be at, I mean, I had it down to below $2 in many states, but in California you can't include because they keep taxing. You lower the oil price and they end up taxing you more than what you lower it. But you just have to remember that what we're doing is a great service for the world, not only for ourselves, for the world, and we're really doing a great job. So I just say this. So